So we're back. Let's go ahead and switch playlists here really quick as we head out to do our next big story arc. Which has nothing to do with any of this stuff. Alright, Pillow Willow. I'll get the baseball bat. You hold him down. You hold the internet provider down. Don't you like tea, Warp Core? Today, I have a question for all y'all. Do you think we're actually going to successfully manage to get through, effectively, the next story arc? Let me walk this back a bit. So, I'm still comparing this... I can't believe I just did that. I'm still comparing this to, WoW. So right now, we're still firmly in BC, right? Do you think we're actually going to get through BC? And for those of you wondering when BC ends, that would be when the Romulan story arc starts. I've asked a few friends of mine what they think, and I've gotten their opinions. I'm curious what you all think. Do you think we'll get out of BC? What we have left to do is the 2800, the Cold War, the Borg, and the Tholians. And that's the rest. That's the end of BC right there. Where am I going? Go here. While we're en route, let's go ahead and start the next quest. Like I said, the 2800. I need to Google this, of course, just like I did last time. Because, listen, good interface design, that's your thing. Cardassian Struggle's done. Yes, we're done with the Cardassian Struggle. You're probably thinking, what about the new link? Well, we didn't do that, and we didn't do the factory, so I suppose we should do those first. Because I sort of forgot that we had to cut off early yesterday. And by yesterday, I mean 2 days ago. So hang on, let's rewind to the factory, which is where we actually are. Sorry.
The pad you discovered on Gul Kardec revealed the location of a secret facility in the Alpha Quadrant. There appears to be some kind of alliance between the True Way and the Dominion. We cannot allow them to join forces.
Okay. Still gotta look this other thing up, though. When that starts. Here we go. So we're heading down to the Devos system. Realign a little bit. Well, as it happens, Warp Core, there's actually 3 Borg arcs. We're doing almost all of it in one go, because whatever. The problem with the... Well, let's save talking about the Borg till we get there. Let's just say there's a lot of problems with the Borg arcs, and leave it at that. And there's a lot of issues with the Borg arcs. It's really quite frustrating. Now, Tassenhauer doesn't have any major issues whatsoever. It's pretty cool. But I do appreciate that sub very much, Lee. Thank you. I'll put that towards Victoria 3. You got it. Well, not only that, Space Cadet, there isn't really a Borg story. But again, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. One of the things that amuses me the most about doing any run of any MMO is that an enormous number of people... I'll be in, like, Arc A, and someone's like, oh, man, Arc M, Arc N, Arc F, Arc G, and I'm like, guys, we're in Arc A. Let's save it till we get there. And then we get there, and we have nothing to talk about, because everyone already talked. If you remember, during the original WoW lore run many years ago, 7 years ago now, we had to make a rule that you couldn't talk about certain topics because it was just getting ridiculous. Anyways. Get our mission music going here. Alright. It happens every MMO we cover. It happened during FF14 as well. So this is not exactly a new thing. And I'm pretty sure it'll happen during Tor. Hell, it's arguably already happened during Tor. These are the Alpha Jem'Hadar. Jem'Hadar bred in the Alpha Quadrant. Dun dun dun. Oh man, Arc Z is the best, and I can't... The problem is, I'm part of the problem too, because y'all bring up Arc Z, or Arc F, or whatever. And it's my nature to, you know, respond and discuss with people and not ignore you. And so, I respond and discuss it too, and then I basically perpetuate the fact that we're talking about Arc F instead of Arc A. And yeah, there is a rule that we have to talk about WoW in every MMO we cover, except WoW, obviously. Yeah, sure, I'll give you a brief backstory on No Men. So once upon a time, we were doing the Dragon Age lore run, and at the time, Dragon Age Inquisition hadn't actually come out yet. We were going to play Dragon Age Origins, and then 2, and then we were going to lead straight into Inquisition. God, that's pretty shit. I like Jem'Hadar ships, always have. So, at one point, I got sick of it. It was during this once, I can even remember the spot where I was at. And I got actually sick of the fact that people kept trying to talk about Dragon Age Inquisition. Not in a spoilery way, just in a discussion-y kind of way. So I typed out in text on the screen, no mentioning Dragon Age Inquisition until we get there. Then I look up at the screen, and it turns out the font had been increased to about this size on the screen. So all you see on the screen is this gigantic text covering half the screen that says, No Men! I found that hysterical. In fact, I still do, to be completely blunt. So, No Men became a truncation for No Mentioning, which is another layer of no spoilers. So let's scan this facility. What do we got? What do we got? I'm pretty sure that has been clipped somewhere, but I'm not sure where exactly. So I'm detecting numerous life signs, mostly Jem'Hadar. It appears some kind of manufacturing facility. Based on the presence of large amounts of uridium bicantitine I'm detecting, along with Jem'Hadar life signs, I'd venture this is the Ketracel White facility. What's Ketracel White? Sir, you're dumb. Okay, cool. Beam me down. Hi, Pika. And, oh, we've arrived at a cave just above the facility, sir. Scans confirm this is indeed a factory for producing Ketracel White. If we were to destroy this factory, it would be a great blow to these Alpha Jem'Hadar and their True Way allies. A few well-placed charges could cause a chain reaction to destroy the whole facility. Or we could destroy it from space. From our spaceship. Which has no opposition because we've just wiped out all the other spaceships in the area. No? Okay. Thank you, Trihexia. I think. It's always weird about how it announces those ones to me. But if that's a real sub, thank you very, very much as always. If it's not, you're still awesome, so thank you for that. Hang on, let me just head down here. Don't mind me. How did you get... Okay, whatever. I mean, Ryza has a lot of money if you think about it. I like to think that the only reason we beamed down is because we wanted the tactile pleasure of murdering them with our own hands. Because we enjoyed it. We enjoyed killing. If it meant you could feel that enjoyment again, would you kill your friend? Would you kill Pax? Yes, I would. So let's talk about what's going on screen for just a second here. Oh, Pax would crush me in PvP. He has several times in several games. Again, he's more of a DPSer than I am. Although this one time, actually, now you got me on topic. This one time, we were waiting for the boat in Menethil Harbor. And I've probably told this story before. And we're just sitting there waiting for the boat, right? So like... And we're just fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting. The boat shows up. So we like shuffle the battle over the boat, and we're fighting, we're fighting, we're fighting. And the boat takes off, and we're still on the boat fighting. Now, for those of you who don't know how this works in World of Warcraft, when you throw down a dual flag, what it does is it actually creates a sphere of like a range around the spot where you started the duel. That's your dueling area. Once anybody goes outside of that area, they're considered to have fled from the duel, and then the duel ends. And we're on a ship going over there, still fighting, like 5 minutes later. And if 5 minutes doesn't sound like a long time for a PvP duel, then you and I have been playing very different PvP. This area is secure. Ahead we appear a laboratory and multiple Jem'Hadar life signs and one Vorta. Oh, the bubble's substantially larger than the ship, but the ship's a ship, which was leaving the harbor, and the bubble was on the docks. So... I'm so sorry, Rasalisu. We will forever lament Rasalisu's fleet, which has now been permanently and utterly stained by the existence of the California class. F's in chat. The bubble does not travel at all. It is incapable of doing so, my Kamano. That's why I mentioned it the way I did. The bubble only is surrounded by the spot where the duel started. So it is physically incapable of moving. Anyways, so what the hell are we doing story-wise here? Well, what amuses me greatly is, if you remember, this whole arc was supposed to be about the Cardassians and the True Way. Which, if you're paying any kind of attention, even though the True Way's been mentioned here, this is about the Alpha Jem'Hadar, not the True Way, or the Cardassians. I'm only pointing this out to once again mention how ridiculous this story arc is in its current status. So let's check this out. So it's like, alright. The True Way is hiding in there, and immediately, during the first mission, our focus immediately shifts from the True Way to the Terrans. Then we have an entire mission about the Terrans, and now we have a mission about the Alpha Jem'Hadar. And we'll talk about what we're going to be shifting to after, but I'll give you a hint. It's not the True Way. Mass-producing Ketracel White vials here.
Greetings. I am very glad to meet you. I am Naaman, a Vorta scientist, and servant of the Founders and the Dominion, of course.
You're pleased to see us.
Oh my, yes. I have a proposition to which I hope you shall be amenable. I serve a founder named Loss.
Remember him?
He is one of 100 founders sent here to the Alpha Quadrant. His actions have placed me in a bit of a moral conundrum that I hope you can help me unravel.
So I could say, I didn't realize you had morals, but let's be nice.
Loss was the first of these Alpha Quadrant founders to emerge. He located and gathered the others into a new Great Link. However, he has not seen fit to tell these founders that the war with the Dominion is over, and that the Great Link is alive and well in the Gamma Quadrant. Instead, he has convinced them that you solids exterminated the Great Link, and are attempting to exterminate these founders as well.
So, you may or may not remember, while I was going through the DS9 ruminations, I just really hated Loss. Now, most of that was because of Loss himself, because he's a prick, right? But at least part of that was because of the fact that Loss is a total and complete asshole here. And is everyone else seeing that, by the way? I'm just going to leave this here for a second. Yep, nope, that's... The flicker has returned. God damn it. Okay, so apparently... Whatever. Why do you continue to serve Loss?
Several reasons. First, even if I do not agree with him, he is a god. Second, he is my only link to the other founders here. Finally, his Jem'Hadar are fanatically loyal and watch me constantly. Although you seem to have mitigated that issue.
So, let's be honest here. What just happened here is actually kind of bad writing. And by kind of bad writing, I mean it's bad writing. So, we have found a massive Ketracel White facility. It's defended by several ships which we destroy. We are here to destroy this Ketracel White facility. Why do we beam down to this place? Now, if you're paying any kind of attention, I kind of highlighted that specifically because I was trying to, you know, make a point of how silly this whole thing was. Maybe that'll fix it. Look at that. God, I don't know. At this point, I'm just throwing things at the wall here to try and fix this stuff. Anyways, the only reason to beam down and not destroy the thing from space was because there was someone here to talk to gain more info. In other words, there was a plot reason. Because plot. Now, I'm not saying this is the worst thing ever, but there's a little bit of because plot, and then there's a whole lot of because plot, and let's just say there's a whole lot of because plot in the early stuff. No, it doesn't. That's screen, space, ambient, which I don't think that's even an option anymore. Hang on. I don't think that option's here. I think I have to go there for that. So anyways, if you serve Lost, why do you betray him?
Betrayal is such an ugly word. I prefer to think of our arrangement as a creative solution to a difficult problem. But semantics aside, I do not feel so much that I am betraying Lost as liberating the other 98 founders and serving the Dominion and the founders. I do not believe they would want these Alpha Quadrant founders to be ignorant of the truth. I also fear that if Lost continues his plans, it could result in the death of founders. The morphogenic virus still lives in the memory of the Dominion. Lost keeps me away from the new link. They have been raised on his deceits, and so will be utterly convinced that you are attempting to exterminate them. I believe we can help each other. You can free me and take me to the new link, where I can explain to the founders the truth, that the Dominion still exists, and that you are not hunting them to extinction.
What's the catch?
Oh, I do not like the word catch. It sounds so mercenary. But yes, my price is Lost's life. After I reveal the truth to the new link, you must allow them to mete out their justice. I cannot jeopardize the life of a founder under any circumstances.
Okay, let's go.
I'll be glad to get out of here. These Alpha Jem'Hadar don't understand the proper respect owed to a Vorta.
Sure. Anyways, what's really funny is, you know, I've talked about the plot hole. It would be extraordinarily easy to close this plot hole. Sir, we've gotten a transmission from an asteroid facility. It claims to be from a Vorta who is identifying it as a Ketracel White facility of the Alpha Jem'Hadar. That's it. Boom. Done. Fixed. No other changes needed. The mere fact that we got that call is reason enough to try and investigate in person. You could add on to that if you really want to. Say that one of the things the Vorta said was, hey, he wants to talk, so okay, sure. But you don't have to, because at that point the plot hole is closed.
Intruders! I'll put up a force field. You dump the data.
Oh my god, it's a Cardassian. And yeah, I'm not even going to talk about the fact that Lost just managed to find all the other missing 100.
We've got to stop the first before he deletes all the data.
Like, I don't even know what to say about that one, honestly. It's funny you say that, Mike Kamano, because the actual writers of Deep Space Nine were made aware of that plot hole and said, yep, you're right, that's a plot hole. Now, that sounds like a negative, but actually I mean it the complete opposite.
Excellent. I shall retrieve the coordinates.
Yeah, the fact that Gul Madrid... You notice Gul Madrid was actually mentioned back in the Spectres arc and has been completely ignored in his actual arc. Go figure. But anyways, I do have a bit of respect for a writer who's willing to say, yep, we screwed up. And they did. Moving on. You gonna get the data? Oh, gosh darn it. And if that doesn't sound impressive, let's just say that as someone who has been studying the behind the scenes of fiction for many years now, it is extraordinarily rare for any creator to admit that they have screwed up. Director, writer, producer, developer, designer. Yeah, I hate to say it. If they've committed to not updating these old arcs, they probably shouldn't be part of the main story quest chain. They should probably just eject the Cardassian struggle. Honestly, the Borg advance could be completely ejected too. And all of the Klingon war could also just be ejected. Bam, bam, bam. All three of these arcs, I mean, there's a reason I call this the old and terrible arcs. They're old, they're problematic, and they simply do not live up to the quality or standard of the modern quests. Now, I know what you're saying, but there's some good stuff in there, and there's some interesting plot points, and you're absolutely right. However, they are completely gutted in their current format, which is my overall point. Do it all the way, or don't do it at all. And what they've done right now is neither. They've been trying to kind of mix and match, halfway have it and halfway not, and I think that these story arcs are actually made substantially worse by this kind of halfway, not really committing sort of thing that they're doing. God, no, Narset. No! No, God, no! Sorry.
I have the data. It will take some time to decrypt, but I recommend we depart as quickly as possible.
Agreed. Let's do it. What's funny is I'm actually a big fan of having your cake and eating it too. And I try to approach that whenever I can. But only when it works. Oh, I know, Admiral Murphy. Detecting Cardassian and Dominion ships. Okay.
You are so quick to blow things up. Such a waste. That factory might have come in handy someday.
No comment. Also, I suppose I'm supposed to make the joke here that every episode of TOS is just a what-if of the rest of TOS. But I can also extend that joke to TNG and Voyager, so let's not go down that road.
Angered the Jem'Hadar. Of course, they always seem a bit angry, don't you think?
It's okay, they're assimilated now. As they should be. Betazoid, I think, Blade Travel? I'm not actually sure. It's never actually mattered to me, so I don't tend to remember.
I have completed the decryption of the data we recovered. The new link appears to lie in the Orias system. I have transferred the coordinates to your helm. I want to thank you for your service to the Dominion. I also want to remind you of our agreement, namely, that Loss, or any other founder for that matter, is not to be killed by you.
Blah, blah, blah. Don't make me regret this. I don't understand the question, Blade Travel. Why wouldn't I be piloting a bird? These ships are awesome. We can harm them all we want.
Congratulations on destroying the facility. That should cripple the Alpha Jem'Hadar for the time being. But we need to make contact with this new link. Hopefully Naaman can convince them of the truth before it's too late. Keep a close eye on him. We may have a treaty with the Dominion, but that doesn't mean I trust them. Avorta's first loyalty will always be to the Founders.
Yeah? Duh, honestly? What kind of statement is that? This is a bird of prey. It's a raider in terms of ship class, which is the smallest, weakest, and strongest class of ship in the game. It is extraordinarily fast, maneuverable, and ridiculous. Now, we're actually going to restart the game briefly here to test something really quick. I'm sick of the flicker. We may just have to live with the flicker. It may literally be something I can't fix. Like, ever. We'll see. For whatever it's worth, the flickering didn't start until I started streaming it. No, I haven't been getting the flicker on Ryza even after streaming it, so... I am still convinced it's a per-area thing. In fact, I even have a pretty good idea of what's causing it. I think it's doing something weird with layers in lighting. So anywhere that has more than one lighting layer, it's not understanding how to gradient or transition between the two. Most obvious during the Davidian mission we did. Because there's the really, really obvious blue lighting of the Davidian stuff, and it was supposed to go back and forth, and instead what we had was... we had the seizure channel. Oh, I've seen tons of reports about flickering, but none of the solutions have been helpful. That being said, I'm pretty sure this is a relatively recent problem. It might be some conflict with OBS. No, I did not, Zactaft. So that's kind of possible. If it is, there's absolutely nothing I can do about that. We've already tried capturing the game in 2 different methods, and neither seems to be better than the other. Both involve the flicker. Well, actually... I suppose there is one other thing I could try. I sure hope not, Mike Kamano. We'll find out. Yeah, that's true. We also had flickering on Skirmish, aka the worst flickering mission. But the fact that we're getting flicker all over the place is what's worrying me. Hi, Dream Whisperer. We're doing a file check really quick here, just while we're at it. Covering the bases. Yeah, Drazana having flicker, I mean, that's still an old area, so... No, Blade Chabal. If there's some conflict with OBS, that's not really the game's fault, so it doesn't get a negative for that. Now, a game that's not really well optimized, that's a little bit different, isn't it? Yeah, I remember when they first implemented Lighting 2.0. And it was extraordinarily buggy. Like, you think these flickers are bad. Almost done. I haven't been to ESD lately. Yeah, the star glitch is another fun one. Of course, that's still there, but, you know, whatever. Oh, apparently we're not almost done. Okay, now we're done. There we go. We did it. We finished. Okay. Yeah, if you turn on... I'll actually show this, because I showed this earlier. If you turn off Lighting 2.0, things get weird very quickly. Greetings from beautiful Flicker. Okay, so you can see my ship, right? Well, if you turn off Lighting 2.0, nothing changes whatsoever. Oh, that's weird. I guess they didn't do anything with the Alpha Quadrant. Wow. Oh, it didn't. There we go. There we go. That's better. So now can you see my ship? Yeah, this is tenable. No, hang on. There's actually something I'm looking for. A specific option. I don't remember where it is. Damn. So we actually cannot go below DirectX 11, which someone suggested as a possible fix. Well, whatever. We're actually capturing in a different method right now. I sincerely doubt it'll help anything, but you never know. Hem. Do you notice how now that we've shifted from the true way to the... Hang on. So we shifted from the true way to the Terrans to the Alpha Jem'Hadar, and now we're focused on Lost and the new Link. If it's weird that we keep bouncing around enemies and character focuses, it's because this wasn't supposed to be 5 quests. It was something like 30, I think, originally. Like, this chain was huge back in the day.
Naaman has decrypted the coordinates for the new link. They designate a location in the Alpha Quadrant, in the Orius system. This changeling, named Lost, has deceived the other changelings in his link into thinking we are exterminating them, and that we massacred the Gamma Quadrant changelings as well. You must have Naaman help you convince them of the truth.
Yeah, we would never wipe out all the founders. Oh no, they weren't good, Mike Amato. It's just, again, if you're gonna change things, go all the way or don't go at all. I've said what I already need to say about this. I really think they should have actually ejected these quests entirely if they weren't going to fix them. Yes, I must exterminate the founders. Wipe them out. All of them. Oh god, the original. I actually did do that, but the original STF, before they got changed into TFOs. Let's see. Detecting Jem'Hadar ships. Oh no! Battle stations.
The Jem'Hadar will not likely be interested in negotiation. I'm afraid you'll have to fight your way through.
You don't want me to kill any founders, but you're cool with me killing hundreds of Jem'Hadar. I want to make sure we're on the same page there.
What a waste. Still, the nice thing about Jem'Hadar is that you can always breed more.
So, I'll go ahead and admit something. I never successfully beat the original Crystalline Entity raid boss. Back when they called it that, when it was referred to as a raid boss. Oh wow, that hurt. I love how he's doing the tractor beam shove to my corpse. I don't know, Blaterville? Hang on. Let's see if I can figure out what you're talking about. Oh, that's just my Polaron shots. If you just mean those, yeah.
To think, I will be the first Vorta to meet the new Link.
I'm so happy for you. Can we go? Oh, we're still in battle. We're still in battle. Okay, that's hysterical. I'm assimilating the turrets. I shouldn't be able to, but I did. Oh my god, they're freaking tractor beams. Quit it. Which one, Wenlock? I have so many Warcrime modules. Yeah, so there was an early mission, which was honestly pretty dumb, but I still enjoyed it. It was part of the Klingon War. And in the middle of all the other Klingon conflicts, you got just this random message that the Klingons were attacking this one outpost, which had no tactical significance or anything. And you're like, what? That's weird. So you go there and you find out that there are dozens of Klingons running around stomping on the tribbles on the planet. Just like with their bare feet. Just all over the place. That's it. That was the mission. Yes. The great tribble stompers.
You have to admire the devotion of the Jem'Hadar. They never seem to tire of throwing their lives away for the Founders. There it is. It's even more beautiful than I imagined. To think, my gods slumber below, dreaming in their link.
Gross. Like a pile of sludge to me. Can I get a shop vac in here? Yeah, they give the most delightful squeak every time you step on them, too. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It's wonderful, honestly. If we could just have a full-time, like a mosh pit of tribbles, and we just charge you, like, maybe 2 strips of latinum. You can just go in for an hour and just stomp on them to your heart's content. We'll provide the boots. If some people get like custom boots, there's a whole mod scene for boots for stomping on tribbles. Some people prefer spikes. Some people like having like a little bit of an energy discharge every time they stomp down. Like you stomp and it goes and sends them flying, you know. Some people prefer to just have the straight metal. Some people have serrated metal. Everyone disagrees, of course. The Reddit threads are all over the place about what the best boots are for triple stomping. Good morning, Tazara. Klingon Reddit. I mean, what's the difference? Oh yeah, they breed custom tribbles for stomping on. It's great. Exactly. It's bubble wrap popping for the 24th century. Oh, I'm sorry. Exclamation mark. I suppose that also explains why you're up so early. Period. Did you at least get some sleep? Question mark. Whoops. Hang on. I missed a quest objective. My bad. My bad. Cannibal Tribble. Yeah. I actually had a Gamma Tribble and I think a Borg Tribble for a really long time. If I still have them, they've got to be in my bank, because I haven't seen them in a while. If you do not rescind your inferior comments about the quality of the sequel trilogy, then I will downvote your thing, and you and your house will face the dishonor of having inferior Star Wars opinions. Okay, now can I go? Okay, thanks.
It's almost sacrilegious to have you here.
Shut
I
up.
hope the Founders will understand the necessity and forgive me.
I will wipe out every founder in that link if you don't shut up. God, dude. Whoever finds this pad, know that what you are reading is an act of disobedience. If you're reading this, I am most likely dead. We are programmed to believe the Founders are gods and infallible, but lately I have begun to question Loss's orders. Some of his explanations no longer make sense. For example, we have been monitoring the transmissions from local systems, and none of them have any mention of this crusade against the Founders. One of my brothers says he went to a facility where the Ketrel Cell White is manufactured. He said there was a Vorta there, but this Vorta is kept a prisoner and does not command the Jem'Hadar there. Still, obedience brings victory, and victory is life. Who are we to question the motives of a god? And when a god lies, is it still a lie? Yes. That's right, the Kazon. I mean, if you think about it.
The Vorta are going to be so envious when they hear about this.
Smack! If you think about it, the Tribbles actually are more impressive biologically than the Kazon are. I talked about this during one of my TOS videos. You just drop a Tribble or a bunch of Tribbles on a planet, that's a biological weapon. That's the pig equivalent of the 24th century. Hey look, it's a named Jem'Hadar who we've never met before. Who had more HP than the others, like he was significant. Huh. Wonder who he was. Anyways, moving on. Speaking of Tribbles. Wait, is that where my Tribble is? It is! Hey! So there's my Nay Tribble. That's the one I bred. Looks like I got another one on him. And there's my Cryo Tribble. Gotta have the Cryo Tribble. There's the Nukara Tribble. Very important. Looks like those are the only ones I still have on me. So there's a bunch of changelings. Before you do anything, please know I have a starship in orbit that can kill you all instantly.
Have you come to finish the job of exterminating us, Solid?
God, I wish I could. But no. Instead, I'm not here to hurt you. See, you've been deceived by Loss.
Impossible. We have linked with Loss. He is in the link as we speak. We know all that he knows.
He must have some way of deceiving you.
It is true that he awoke before us. Let us summon him to answer these charges.
And we have our own witnesses, too.
It's true, Great One. These people are not hunting you. The Great Link remains. The Dominion has a treaty with the Alpha Quadrant species.
But not the Beta Quadrant species.
This creature lies. You have joined with me. You know
Then you
all
should have no qualms
that I know.
about linking.
No. These solids have poisoned your minds. I will not be forced to link by them.
I was to say, that is him, isn't it? But his timing is completely off, so the lines are a bit weird. Oh, yeah, boss fight. Alright, let's see how the Dominion deals with the portal to the sun. I didn't know they revoiced him. It makes sense, they got the actor back. Although, you think they could have redone the timing. Oh yeah, sorry. Battle music. Hang on, let's infest him with nanoprobes really quick. He'll live long enough for me to do so. There we go. I love how one of my people is attacking him with a lightsaber bat'leth. The other's attacking him with an axe. Okay, we beat him. Just gonna slink away there. Okay.
Although it is unfortunate we had to resort to violence to force Lost into his liquid form, we are grateful for your assistance. We shall now be able to link with him and learn the whole truth of our past. If you are telling the truth, you have nothing more to fear from us. But we request that you leave us in peace. We have no interest in dealing with your kind.
You know what? Ditto.
Well, it has been a pleasure knowing you. I will remain here and serve the Founders. They have been without a Vorta and have much to learn about their siblings in the Gamma Quadrant. I know the Founders may seem ungrateful to you, but what can you expect from a god? Still, you have my gratitude, for whatever the gratitude of an insignificant servant is worth.
Right. Yeah, you can stay here all you want. The question, what are you going to eat? Or drink? Oh, whatever. To my knowledge, they don't even mention it, Space Cadet. Yeah, a lot of people make fun of Waffle House, but the problem is Waffle House has a reputation for being simple but good food for a reason. It's like, it's just eggs, but you know, it's good eggs. Thank you, Ross. Oh yeah, it's also pretty cheap too, relatively speaking. And quick too, you just pop in, hey, can I have this? Yeah, sure. And done. Oh my god, it's some Jem'Hadar!
Although you have slain our brothers, we have orders to allow you to leave the system. But you are never to return. And let it be known among your peoples that this system belongs to us, and you are not welcome.
Oh, so you're just claiming the entire star system now. That's something I'm totally gonna bend over backwards and be okay with, apparently. Sure. Why? Whatever. Run, launch the... Launch the beacon. Here we go. Well, that was a dumb story arc. That is another story arc that's getting a negative for being completely gutted by the changes. Like, the core story ideas of the original arc aren't actually bad, but as is, it's like listening to a 5-year-old try to recite a story and they keep changing their minds constantly about what's going on. Listen, Fleck. I mean, at this point, we're supposed to be in, I think, a constellation at this point. So we would have room. We would have room.
You have defeated the True Way and
Who?
made peace with the Alpha Changelings. I have transmitted messages to the major powers of the galaxy, advising them to avoid the Arias system.
Oh yeah, that's gonna go over well. Hey, Romulans and Klingons and everyone, just avoid this system. Sure. I'm gonna try one other thing here. It's probably not gonna work, but I'm gonna try it. Give me a second here. It's gonna take a minute. Which is I'm loath to do this. I'm really getting sick of this flickering. And other related issues. Well, looks like that already didn't fix it, but whatever. So, anyways, now I gotta do this because, oh my god, yeah, I don't think this is gonna fix anything, but whatever. We'll try it. So we need this bit. I think I'm cutting off too much of that. That's because I am. Really tell I'm going there. And it's still screwing up. I just... Really? Game? Really? Alright, whatever. That's already not working and already not worth the hassle. Screw it. Second wave.
By now, you've faced the Borg.
I have?
The Collective is appearing with more frequency in the Alpha Quadrant now.
Oh, right.
And Defera is facing repeated attacks. We've been able to push them back so far, but we can't do it forever. Not without help. Starfleet has convinced representatives from the Klingon Empire, the Cardassians, and the Deferi to meet on Deep Space Nine. We want you to be there as well.
Okay, so thank you, Kira White Noise. I do always appreciate it. I love how it's flickering just sitting here at this screen, like regularly. God damn this freaking game. Hang on. Just... It's just my life, apparently. Is the flicker. That's just everything now. We have given ourselves over to the flicker side of the force. So... You're probably wondering what it's talking about. Now, I kind of screwed up something there. That's on me. Because I was trying to do things in order of release, and I forgot that they changed things, which changes order of release. So the story arc we're supposed to do... You remember when we went to the Defara area and did one quest and it sucked? Well, that came out, and then the initial Borg missions came out. Missions is the wrong word, but STFs came out. And then it's like, oh my god, the Borg are attacking. We need to go help the Defari. Because there was intended to be this whole Defari arc, which, to my knowledge, the overwhelming majority of which doesn't even exist anymore in the game in any format, other than the Defara combat zone, adventure zone. But either way, the point is that that is the lead up to this. So what I should have done is I should have gone to the Defara zone now. And be like, oh my god, the Borg are attacking the Defari. Cool. Now that we've done that, let's go ahead and go see what the Defari want us to do about it. I mean, it's the Borg. Like, what do you want from me? It's not like I can just go beat the Borg. Apparently Cold Wars before this? Jesus Christ. You know what? I'm sufficiently irritable that I don't even care. Screw this game and everything about it. We're gonna do the 2800 first. Neither arc has anything to do with anything anyways. So, whatever. Let's go to the friggin' space station. Because I hate the Defari and everything about them. And why is the game not showing up? But yeah, none of this stuff really, it matters what order we're doing it in, with one notable exception, which is the only one that matters, which is why we're doing it last. Because it'll tie into the stuff that actually matters. Like I said, all this stuff is still the BC stuff. All of this is just old, random crap. Just to put that as bluntly as I possibly can here. It's old, it's random, and it's crap. So let's get this garbage out of the way. Hopefully the flicker problem will stop being an issue. I don't think it's going to be, though, at this point. If it's just happening randomly. There's so many planets in the Bajor system. Welcome to Deep Space Nine. Oh my god, is this old Deep Space Nine? I know you're here as part of the conference, but I'll see you in ops. It is. It's old Deep Space Nine. Holy crap. So, you remember when I showed off Deep Space Nine earlier and I said how cramped it was? You might not have believed me. Well, compare it to old Deep Space Nine and this football field that is the main corridor. Look at this. I can literally play football right here. Look at this. Remember, I'm tall. Like, really tall. So... yeah, that's like more what a normal person looks like there. Oh my god, yeah, and it looks like this, too. It's just... wow! That's... anyways, that's fun. I wonder if Curlin's still there. Oh, hang on. People had to beam into their posts on the bridge. Look at Ops.
Welcome to DS9. I'm Commander Karen Andrews, Captain Carlin's first officer. He asked me to inform you that he's been delayed dealing with an incident in Cargo Bay 3.
Unfortunately, we won't be able to begin the conference until Captain Curlin is available. Can you track him down? It's flickering again. I need ibuprofen. Jesus Christ. It's really flickering, too. Do you see this? Actually, this might be... So there's two types of flickers. I haven't actually explained this yet. There's flickers you see, and then there's flickers I see. Now, the distinction here... Yep, that's a me flicker. The distinction here is flickers you see are flickers we both see. But flickers I see, you don't. And the flickers I see are really, really frustrating, because what it is I want you to picture that the entire game de-renders for literally a frame. So every, I'd say about 3 seconds, I see my desktop behind the game for about a frame. I've never seen that bug before, by the way. It's a brand new bug to me. I have no idea what's causing it, other than the possibility of interaction with OBS. Hang on, maybe if we go back to this, it'll totally fix it. It's totally going to fix it. It's going to be all better. You watch. Anyways, let's go hunt down Curlin. Anyways, sorry. Thank you, Sonashi. Oh, nope, it's still flickering. Yeah, I think I'm just going to have to live with that for the entire rest of the next week or two. Just flickering. And that's going towards the Dragon Age block. Thank you, Sonashi. Oh, also it does this. Now, you can't see this, but periodically when I tab back to the game, when I tab away from the game, excuse me, maybe you can see, the whole game freezes. Now, I tab away and tab back, and it goes back to normal. But it's just, between those two irritants, this is, it's the rock in the shoe problem. And it's got to be OBS, because I do not have these issues when I'm not streaming. But what really irritates me is, if you remember, I've streamed this game before. I did a whole lore run of this game. And none of these issues existed at that point in time. So while we could blame OBS, the harsh reality is this is actually probably the game's fault. I don't know what they changed, or where, or when, but they changed something, and it screwed it up.
I'm looking forward to the conference. I'm sure the discussion on the Borg will be enlightening. Your government's position will be of particular interest to me. Clearly, the Borg are a major threat to the Quadrant. However, Cardassia's ability to assist in any action against them will be somewhat limited.
Right.
If you will recall, we dismantled our military after the Dominion War. We still maintain a small force, but for planetary defense only. Any Cardassian military vessels you may have seen were undoubtedly stolen by the so-called True Way. Regrettably, Starfleet has yet to put a stop to their campaign of terror, though I'm sure they're giving it their best effort.
Sorry, Captain Curlin has been unavoidably delayed. We'll be waiting until the start of the conference until he's ready.
I'm reminded of an associate of mine, Gul Mavek. He was stationed here during the Dominion occupation. During his time here, he developed a fondness for Bajoran-distilled Kanar. Apparently, during the Cardassian occupation, the soldiers wanted their favorite libation, but there was not enough Kanar in the shipments from home. So these resourceful young officers conscripted a group of Bajorans, mostly from the religious houses, to distill Kanar for them. The Kanar from Bajor has a different color and flavor from Cardassian vintages. Purists frown on it, of course, but many Cardassians developed quite a taste for it while they were here. Needless to say, it is impossible to find it on Cardassia Prime. I was hoping to acquire some for Mavek before returning home, but I'm afraid the conference is demanding my attention. Perhaps you could be of assistance?
I'll see if I can find any. No, that's off Russell Lisa. In fact, I can prove that really quick, because I know what you're talking about. That's a different thing. I don't remember where that option is, though, because it's all in random dumb places. And Sodashi is correct. It's possible it's OBS, but it's not OBS. I'm just going to say that right now. Where's that stupid option? There it is. Limit CPU usage when inactive. Off. That's not it. Thank you, Sean. I will put that towards RDR2. Yeah, I've had that off for a bajillion years because it bugs the ever-living crap out of me when it's on. Like, it actually Here, I'll show you what it's like. Check this out. There we go. Look at it. Look at it. Look at how stuttery it gets. Here. Let me get close to these people so you can really see what animations look like. Okay, so you can see them like... Christ's sakes. See him gesticulating? Watch him. Watch him. It's terrible. It bothers the snot out of me having that option. So, yeah, no, that's been off for years because screw that crap. I recommend that to everyone else, too. And that's why. Anyways. I didn't know they had him go back and, do this particular section. I can't remember the name of the actor. Garrick's actor go redo this section. Yeah, that setting just... No, thank you. Hang on, everyone's got to beam into Quark's bar here really quick.
So, do you come here often?
Yes, all the time. It's nothing but. Do you have any, Nope, okay.
What can I get for you?
Do you have any Bajoran distilled Kanar?
Kanar. Can't stand the stuff. And the profit margins are terrible. This is for Garrick, isn't it? Thought I saw him lurking around. Well, he's out of luck. I haven't kept any Kanar in stock since he went back to Cardassia. No one else drinks it here. Don't suppose I could interest you in some prune juice?
No, thanks. I'm actually legitimately confused by this. Can I just go ahead and explain? This is part of the 2800. These are episodes that are cut. I mean, you can still do them. I don't know. So actually, hang on. Sorry. So there's two categories of cut quests in this game, which I didn't know until I started doing research for this very run. There's cut quests that you can find in the available quest chain, which is what I'm looking at right here. But then there's no really cut quests, which you can only do if you did them before they got cut. If you already did them, then they're available because you can replay them. But if you start a new character, they're gone. There is no way to start them. Anyways, point being, the 2800 aren't cut, I think. They're just cut. But still, these are cut quests. And they decided to add in voice acting from the DS9 characters, which is relatively recent. That was only a couple of years ago when they brought the DS9 cast in. And yeah, you could also... So, I think someone in chat, I forget whom, has some of those quests lying around still, just to be able to share them, so that other people can then do them, which is just... Okay. Like, what? I got nothing.
Hello again. I was so pleased when I heard that you would be attending the conference as well. Without your assistance, my people would have fallen to the Breen.
They should have.
Now we are following your example and offering what assistance we can to help deal with the collective. I feel some sympathy for the Borg. Their quest for this so-called perfection has led them away from balance. But their victims, my people, The Borg must be stopped. I look forward to hearing your ideas of what to do.
I'm sorry. What? Anyways, have you found any Kanar lately?
While I recently completed a diplomatic mission to Cardassia Prime, I must admit I never developed a taste for Kanar, and so didn't feel the need to take a bottle with me.
Cool. Kurlan's
Hello again.
delayed.
I understand. I must find something to do with my free time. I had been hoping to spend some time in one of the holosuites here. Several people have recommended them, and there is an historical holoprogram, the Matara Nebula, that I have been eager to play. Could you help me gain access to a holosuite? An hour or two would be more than sufficient.
Fine. Oh my god. Quark! I need access to the holosuite.
What can I get for you?
I need to get a holosuite for Jackass over there.
Sorry, I can't help you there. All of the holosuites are booked solid for the next week. I almost have more business than I can handle. Almost. Might be time to expand. Been thinking about a franchise operation for some time now. A Quarks in every sector, a Quarks in every quadrant.
So 4?
The only way you're going to get a reservation for today is by traveling back in time 3 months and making one there. That was a joke, by the way. You and I both know that the Federation gets pretty cranky about someone violating the Temporal Prime Directive.
Yeah, it's been 2 days since we did that.
I don't have any problem with that, as long as it doesn't make any problems for me. Understand? You bring Chief Rowe or Kurlan in here asking about someone shaking people down for holosuite reservations, I won't hesitate to point out any suspicious characters I know about.
I outrank everybody on this station. Yeah, I know, I probably shouldn't in lore at this point, but whatever. You. You know where the place does the real stuff? You get Sithal if you want, but this place is great. Hey, you're just my type. Doing anything later? There we go. Give me a reservation. That's good. I like it. I do have a holosuite reserved. I already chose the program, but I'm sure we can change it to something that's more fun for 2. I'm not trying to ask you out, you asshat. Give me your reservation. That's a shame. I thought we really had something. We just met 5 seconds ago, and I look like this. How could you even tell I'm female inside of this? The reservation isn't for sale. However, if you change your mind, I might consider letting you join me. Then again, maybe not. You Starfleet types aren't much fun. Citation needed. Okay. Go away. I don't want any company, especially yours. Give me your holosuite. Give me your holosuite. Give me your holosuite. And then he says, go away. In all caps, too. Very rude. Excuse me, ma'am. Self-sealing stem bolts? Why would... Okay, whatever. Give me the holodeck. I was going to use the holosuite to help demonstrate all the wonders of quality self-sealing stem bolts to a very important potential customer. Seems a harder move than you might think. But they're self-sealing. Alright, listen. I need your reservation. Maybe we can make a deal. I need to sell my entire inventory, or my profits in this month are way off projections. So I reserve the holosuite. Need to make a good impression. But if you bought them all, I could cancel out my meeting on the next, get the next shuttle out of here. Okay, I'll find a buyer for your... Oh, Jesus Christ. Now I need to find someone to sell some self-sealing stem bolts to. Oh my god. And this is all for you, Mr. Defari jackass. Here's your balance. Whap! Okay. Alright, hang on. I'm trying to remember where the damn staircase is. Ah! Seriously, where's the staircase? Oh, right. This is the old Deep Space Nine. The staircase is this gigantic, colossal, ship-sized corridor that goes up to the 2nd floor. Look, I'm sorry, look at this thing. Look at this thing. Behold. Behold the pathway. Oh my god. You could drive a tank through that. Oh my gosh. Okay, okay. Thank you, One-Winged Angel. You want to put it towards something specific? Please let me know. Thank you. Yeah, I was looking around for the spiral staircase that was in the revamp, and it's like, oh, right. It's been a minute. Dealer's choice. You got it. Thank you much. You. Do you sell anything? You two sell Chateau Picard. How do you have access to Chateau Picard? Alright, whatever. Hang on. Let's go up the tank driveway here. God damn, look at this place. Look at it. You also sell Chateau Picard. Oh my god. Okay.
Hello again. I was so pleased when I heard that you would be attending the conference as well. Without your assistance, my people would have fallen to the breen. Now we are
Oh my god!
And offering what assistance we can
Shut
to
up!
deal with the
Up!
collective.
Shut your face! Do you have any interest in bulk purpose of self-sealing stem bolts? Are they used in agriculture? No. Do you want some self-sealing? Okay. If you have a few cases of reverse ratcheting routing hyperspanners. Yeah, I don't have those. What?
May the prophets bless you.
Do you know anybody who can make some freaking look, I need Bajoran Kanar, okay?
We await the word of the emissary.
That is not what you said. Many among the Bajoran religious caste were forced to distill Kanar during the Cardassian occupation. The very appearance of Bajoran distilled Kanar brings up memories of a dark time, one we will never forget. We do not revere artifacts of the occupation. Most of what you seek was destroyed long ago. I do not know where to find one today, nor do I feel inclined to do so. That someone would take pleasure in something so terrible, I will pray for them and for you. Okay, that you... Oh my god. Oh my god. This is like a couple of decades after Generations, Ross. Thank you, Poindexter. Is that on the list? I can't sell stem bolts. I can't find Kanar, and the universe is flickering in and out of reality constantly. Okay, if it's on the list, whatever it is, it's this insane, crazy game. I'll put it there. Thank you, Poindexter. Okay, it's okay. I'm okay. Talk to you. You! Talk to me. Yeah, that's great. I don't want any of that crap. Well, he sells self-sealing stem bolts. Listen, the prophets can suck it, okay? I can suck a lemon. You.
Hello. How can I help you today?
Well, first of all, nice armor. Second of all, go to hell. Yeah, suck a durian. I mean, that won't be bad. You have to smell a durian, too. I'm sorry, what? Why are there two Klingons, like, and then there's just an Orion girl dancing in the background there? Oh, my God. I hate this station. I wish someone would come along and destroy it. Then I'd have to rebuild it and make it, you know, better. And not crap. Hey, can anyone up here use some stem bolts? Nope. Stem bolts. Get your stem bolts here.
Do you need anything?
Have you come across any Bajoran distilled Kanar?
It must be your lucky day. I confiscated a whole case of this stuff 2 weeks ago from a smuggler, trafficking in artifacts from the occupation of Bajor. No matter how repugnant something is, someone will try to find a way to make latinum from it. It's disgusting. I contacted the Bajoran government, and they took back all the artifacts they wanted, but they left the Kanar. I'm sure that Starfleet won't mind me repurposing one bottle for diplomatic purposes.
Thank you for your help. I'm sure Garak will appreciate that. By the way, you want to buy some stem bolts?
How can I help you?
Who are you?
My name is Sarish Minna. I hold the rank of Commander in Starfleet. I am the Operations Officer for Deep Space Nine. I also serve informally as a liaison to the Bajoran Militia and the Vedic Assembly. And I'm the subject matter expert on Bajor. Being Bajoran myself, I know the people and have their trust.
Okay, cool.
How can I help you?
Useless, though, because you're not getting my stem bolt. Actually, that change has already been implemented, One-Winged Angel. You can actually sort by last interest put right now. But thank you for the offer. Okay, Garak, I got your frickin' goddamn Kanar. Oh my god. I don't think Captain Sean's here, which is going to be problematic if you think about it. My god, it's so large. Circling this damn place. Hey, Garak!
I'm looking forward to the conference. If you will recall, we dismantled our military after the Dominion War. We still maintain...
So, my options here are, I got you the Kanar, I couldn't get you the Kanar, and my personal favorite, I learned a little more about the Kanar you requested, I won't get it for you. It's a symbol of oppression and an insult to the Bajorans. I'm not going to say that, because I'm just going to give him the frickin' Kanar.
Impressive. Authentic Bajoran Kanar is hard to come by, even here. You're quite a resourceful individual. Thank you for your assistance. If at some point I can assist you in return, all you need to do is ask.
Oh, I will. No, really, I will. There we go. Hang on, let's get some DS9 music going here. Let's see. I don't know, I feel like this would be appropriate DS9 music. Ikit, yeah, I'm just drowning in stem bolts. I've got so many stem bolts. Please take these things off my hand. Captain Sean.
You kept your head in that tricky situation in the Iconia system. Good.
I don't know what you...
There's someone else here who's faced the Borg in battle.
Hey.
We have a perspective the rest of these full-time diplomats don't.
Yeah, that's cool. Do you happen to need some self-sealing stem bolts?
How many do you have? My chief engineer has been looking for stem bolts for weeks. He wants to do some upgrades to the Belfast, and the Defiant class has always been a little touchy. Sometimes it's best to use what works, even if the technology's a little out of date. We've made inquiries with several traders, but everyone we talked to dumped their inventories after the speculation bubble burst. Some Ferengi out there made a small fortune a few months ago cornering the stem bolt market, but now that supply is gone. I was hoping to find some here, but so far I haven't had the chance. If you know of a source, my crew could make the upgrades we need without having to find an industrial replicator.
Well, as it happens...
You kept your head, and I'm glad there's someone else here who's faced the Borg in battle. We have a perspective the rest of these full-time diplomats don't.
Yeah, Quinkadinkly. There we go. Quinkadinkly. I say that right. Look at the size of this door. Look at it. Look at it. Remember, I'm like a little... I'm over 2 meters tall. Look at this thing. Hey, twit face.
This is your lucky spin.
Not you. So, and the ship captain wants your entire stock. Yep, cool. Yep. Hey, asshole.
Hello again. I was so pleased when I heard that you would be attending the conference as well. Without your assistance,
oh my God,
people would have fallen to the
What can I get for you?
So Czar's willing to give me the holosuite reservation.
Good for you. There is the small matter of the reservation transfer fee, however.
What transfer fee?
There is a minor fee associated with transferring a holosuite reservation. It's just enough to cover my administrative costs. 10,000 gold press latinum. Payable immediately.
Done.
I see you're a person who values a quality holosuite. We have a deal. Pleasure doing business with you. Enjoy yourself. Drop by any time you're on DS9.
When I'm swimming in Latinum, I don't care.
Hello again. I was so pleased when I heard that you would be...
up. I have your reservation.
Wonderful. Most of the holotechnology on Defera is used for training or utilitarian purposes, so I don't have many chances to use a holosuite for entertainment. Thank you for your assistance. I hope you didn't go through too much trouble on my account.
And let me take this small highway over to the ship bay. Okay, now I actually like Stas. I think this is the first time we've seen Stas, but he's going to show up periodically. All of the various ambassadors for each of the factions show up regularly for obvious reasons.
I was informed you would be here. Have you come with another friendly reminder from Commander Andrews? Feel free to report back to her and let her know that I haven't eaten the furniture or scared away the Dabo players. Not yet, anyway.
Thanks, Stas. Love you, buddy. Start of the conference has been delayed slightly.
That is troubling. My ship is waiting to return to Kronos as soon as these talks are completed. I have no wish to linger here any longer than is necessary.
Sorry to trouble you again, but Captain Curlin is wrapping up the problem in the cargo bay, and we will be able to begin the talks very soon. I've notified the other attendees, but our opening speaker isn't responding to hails. Could you please track him down for me? Admiral Zavglach Trem mentioned wanting someplace quiet. You might try the upper promenade or the temple.
Oh my god. It's like herding cats. Have any of you either A, done that in real life, or B, like seen a video of someone attempting to herd cats? There's this one thing, it was a show, I want to say it was a British show. And he's just trying to get these 3 cats to stay in a box at the same time. And it's like trying to put water into a container with your bare hands. It's not impossible. You!
My apologies, both to you and Commander Andrews. It's not often that I get some time to myself these days. Captain Kurland offered me the use of his office, but I came here instead for some peace and quiet. Peace. It's in far too short of supply these days.
Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Let's go fight some Borg, alright?
I've been in Starfleet for a long time. I've seen more battles than I care to remember. But this one, there's no reasoning with the Borg. There's no chance for a non-violent solution. I only hope that we can unite before they come for us. No one is safe.
Well, with that little bit of sunshine out of the way. Okay, hold up. I'm okay. I actually like this arc despite everything, but just... God damn it. Okay. Come on. Zaz, you need to... There you go. Everyone was just standing. I'm ready to begin. All right, I guess I should be over here. Where's the begin button? Do I need to sit over here? Where do I go, damn it? Oh, God. I can't sit at the table. I was not offered a seat at the table. It's time to kill everyone. Okay, for real. Come on. There we go. What? Nope. No. Okay. How about this one? Hey!
Welcome, everyone. I'm so pleased that you all agreed to join us here today. As many of you are all too aware, the Borg attacks are increasing. If they are left unchecked, Starfleet predicts that the entire Alpha Quadrant could fall within 3 years.
You're dumb.
We all must work together to push these invaders out of our space and protect our homes and families.
I do not agree. My empire will stand, with or without your assistance. The Klingon Empire has never been stronger than it is right now. I dare the Borg to challenge us. Starfleet may cower in fear before a bunch of machines, but we do not.
If the Borg assimilate everyone in the quadrant, the might of the Klingon Empire will
he hopes we are
pale in
also
comparison
crippled by
to
our
that of
efforts
the
to
collective.
stop the Borg. We will be no match for a battle-hardened Klingon fleet. I
How
do
does the
not
proverb
want
go?
to be assimilated, but I don't
yes.
want to be a
The
servant
wind
to the Klingon
does
Empire
not
either.
respect a fool.
The Deferi believe that all things must be in balance. We cannot counter the Borg threat if we ourselves are counter to one another. The Deferi do not wish to act against any of you. Therefore, should this meeting not reach a consensus, our best course of action is to not act at all.
Starfleet will do what it must to protect the Federation. However, if you want our assistance, you need to be willing to protect yourselves and contribute to this campaign. The Borg will be stronger if any of your civilizations are assimilated. Starfleet's hard at work developing new technology and tactics. We, at least, will be ready. And if we can't cooperate, I hope you don't suffer. And that we develop new weapons in time.
This is getting us nowhere. We came together in the spirit of cooperation.
Who are you?
We need to find common ground.
Okay,
Now,
so
did you have something you wanted to add to this discussion?
this is Curland. I'm just... Wow! Okay, so first of all, that's a hell of a faux pas. Literally having the old voice clips play alongside the new voice clips. That's impressive. Wow. I'm gobsmacked. Second of all, do you notice how all of them were like gesturing towards me when making their arguments? Alright, so y'all are dumb. Like, seriously, all y'all are dumb. Stas, the Klingon Empire would be really stupid to do what Jim Pak, or whatever his frickin' name is, says to do.
Be careful. You are dangerously close to insulting the honor of the Klingon Empire.
Oh, so the Klingon Empire will cower while the rest of us go out to fight the Borg.
Do not dictate strategy to me. The Klingon Empire values strength. We stepped in to defend the Deferi once because we owe them a debt of honor. We owe you nothing.
Now, did you have something you wanted to add to this discussion?
Ambassador Skill, aka Garrick, Cardassia will be weakened if your government does not participate.
Cardassia Prime is still rebuilding from the Dominion War. We've achieved a great deal, but there is still much more to do. The continued threat of the True Way makes progress difficult. Simply put, draining Cardassia's limited resources to fight the Borg will be a hard sell to the Detapa Council.
Right. Do me a favor, Garrick. Explain to them in exquisite detail what being assimilated is like. So, you know.
There is a certain wisdom in forming a unified force here. And Cardassia has other assets to lend to the effort besides brute force. Intelligence gathering, for example. Now, I just need to convince the Detapa Council, which is far easier said than done. I might have better luck fighting a Borg cube by myself.
Now, did you have something you wanted to add to this discussion?
Ambassador Sura, I hate you and your people and everything about them.
Maintaining balance with all things must be our primary concern.
Yes, thank you for making my point for me.
It is one thing to choose to swim upstream against the current. It is quite another to drain the river because it is flowing in the wrong direction. The Borg do not respect the balance. We will offer what support we can to your fight.
Now, did you have something you wanted to add to this discussion?
Captain Sean. Come on, dude. Be cool.
Starfleet will do everything we can to protect the Federation and its allies. However, there are too many drains on our resources and a limited number of ships and officers. It may be simply unfeasible for us to sign on to be the protector of the entire Alpha Quadrant. Besides, we need to consider the Prime Directive. There are limits to what we can do.
Problem 1. Prime Directive is stupid. Problem 2. Most of us are from the Beta Quadrant. And problem number 3, you're dumb.
Starfleet recognizes the Borg threaten all life in the Alpha Quadrant. We've lost too much already. We cannot lose anymore. Eventually, we'll all need to put our differences aside and unite in opposition to the Borg or anyone else who sows chaos and destruction.
No one else.
Put an end to this together.
Oh my god, dude. Chill. It's cool. No one else is going to attack us.
Let's take a quick recess to cool off. And that's funny. I don't remember anyone being scheduled to fly through the wormhole today.
There's something coming out of the wormhole. Captain, it's a Dominion fleet. They're charging weapons. Red alert!
Credit where credit is due. I really liked this little tidbit here.
Jem'Hadar boarding the station. Get the delegates out of here.
We have to get out of here!
And he's dead. And he's dead.
It is time to leave.
Evac Protocol Alpha. Andrews, get everyone to shuttles. Prep the Defiant for launch. What? The Jem'Hadar have cut off access to ops. Karen, you'll need to coordinate the evacuation. We'll get the delegates to the docking ring, and then I'll try to join you in ops.
So if it's not obvious, I do like this story arc. The early irritation aside, it's a nice little... It's perfectly constructed. And maybe perfect is overselling it. But it's a nice little quality of life, just breather episode of, yep, we gotta recover from the Breen and the Borg, which, historically speaking, when this came out, were the two things that had just happened. So we just finished the Borg arc, we just finished the Cold War arc, and it's like, yeah, okay. Let's get together and deal with some irritation and some morons and all sorts of people who, you know, probably should be getting along with each other and aren't. You know, roll eyes, right? And then, hey, there's a giant Dominion fleet attacking. I could take a weapon, or I could use my Iconian Beam of Death. Hard choices. The only downside of the Baul obelisk, actually there's two downsides. One of them is you need multiple of them to really do some demon damage, to get that connector beam thing going on. The other thing is they're targetable. If I open up a portal to the sun, they're just dead. I think that actually the portal's targetable too, but they never do. Oh, right, I'm engineering. Sorry, you just get to be stuck in there. Bye. Sucks to be you, bye. The ships. I don't remember which of those are the ships. Is this the ships? God, I don't know. Old DS9 sucked. What do you want from me? Let's assume this is the ships. It's not, it's the other one. This looks shippy. Hello? Where is everyone? Garrick! Garrick's right up front, of course. Come on, buddy. This is not the shipyard, is it? Now, do I have to do the tactical thing? Jesus Christ, alright, fine. Fine! Everyone take a gun. Oh, I'm not tactical. I'm science. Right. So what else would I be? I'm Federation, damn it. God damn it, piss off! Not in the mood today. Thank you for... Oh, nope, nope, they're back, they're back. By the way, hi, Huthor. But yeah, you know how a lot of people, and I mean a lot of people, predicted that this would be a bad gameplay game, but a good story game? The 2800 is a perfect example of this. It's already been buggy in multiple ways. The animations are actively bad. There's literally a bit where the voice acting clips over itself. And yet, this story arc is kind of awesome. There you go. Star Trek Online in a nutshell. Yeah, unfortunately that's also hitting here too, Huthor, but it's okay. Global warming's a myth, and there's no climate change. What are you talking about? Listen, I was paid a very large amount of money to tell you that. Oh, for God's sakes, let's go! Well, that's because we haven't actually gotten anything good yet, Dakota. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We're worried about nothing. It's cool. Listen, Mr. Ed, I'm gonna give you $1,000 to pretend that you agree with me about climate change not existing. It's okay, I'm getting a lot more than 1,000. I'm just spreading it around, you know. Yeah, his name's Mr. Red. Come on. Alright, so let's kill some Jem'Hadar. Like you do. I just realized, did I beam all the representatives aboard my dinky little Kia of prey? What the hell is a coat, Malcor Blade? Oh, like a coat of chocolate. Oh, yeah. That makes perfect sense. Wow, that's a really, really old Jem'Hadar. Good lord. Yes, it's the Kia of prey. What? What's the issue here? I mean, this thing is a dinky ship. It's part of its point, is that it's this really, really small ship. That thing lived through an initial volley. I'm actually shocked by that. Yeah, the Jem'Hadar's got nothing on me. Really.
Captain Kurland! Good to know that you and the delegates are safe.
Kurland is here.
Jem'Hadar have stormed the station and we're losing critical areas. The Defiant has launched and I've evacuated everyone possible, but a few of us stayed to...
To be killed.
Andrews? Andrews! Someone, answer me! What's going on?
Captain, my name is Loris, and I represent the Dominion. This station, and all remaining souls on it, are now under our control.
Well, there you go. The Dominion's attacking. We always knew this would happen at some point. Regroup, recover, and retake what's ours. The fleet is retreating to Bajor to protect their planet in case the Jem'Hadar decide to push the advantage. Captain Kurland's in contact with Starfleet Command. We beat the Dominion once, we can do it again. Ignore the random Cardassian ships in orbit of Bajor. It's cool. It's cool. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
We've evacuated everyone we could to Bajor, and we're setting up a base there to coordinate our counterattack against the Dominion. I won't lie to you, though. It's not gonna be easy. We were caught completely off guard by Karakan and his fleet, and the Bajorans are none too pleased to have house guests. We must balance the needs of the civilian populace with those of the Starfleet and Klingon forces currently on the surface. Starfleet needs all the help it can get planet-side right now. Transport down to our staging area on Bajor. You'll find me there. Captain Kurland will join us as soon as he can.
So, you may or may not remember, when we were back on Bajor last time, there were these people protesting the existence of Starfleet. This is what they were protesting. Well, we were temporarily occupying Bajor in order to flee from Deep Space Nine. They were like, oh my god, get these Federation people off our planet, ignoring the extraordinarily large Dominion fleet. This is probably a good time to mention that that extraordinarily large fleet is over 2,000 Dominion ships. One might even say it's 2,800. What's a good way to make a character believable and relatable when they're the main hero, who wins everything? Well, the first thing you do is you make them relatable and believable. I don't know how to answer you there. There's 1,000 different ways you can make a character interesting or relatable or believable and still have them win. You can have them win barely. You could have them get help from others. You could have them be humble. You could have them make mistakes and adapt to learn from those mistakes. You could have them be smart, but maybe a bit arrogant. Or maybe you can make them human, or maybe give them tiny little touches that bring them down to earth in terms of like being concerned about the pet cat or whatever, right? There's a bajillion, trillion, quadrillion ways to do that.
Time is short.
That's it? That's all you have to say? Okay. This will serve as our base of operations while we work to retake Deep Space Nine. I need you to give me the best here. Everyone needs to be in top shape for the counterattack. So, we're guests on Bajor, but the locals don't view us that way. I thought Bajor joining the Federation would be a step in the right direction, but they seem to think this is the second coming of the occupation. In your best behavior, try to do all you can to smooth up some of the ruffled feathers. A civilian uprising is a headache I do not need. Unfortunately, yes, Mike Romano. So let's go talk to some morons. What? There she is. Another thing that tends to hit the Gary Sue / Mary Sue category is when they're not just someone who wins all the time, but they're just better than everyone else. One of the biggest reasons I call the Mary Sue ship is specifically because that ship isn't just, like, really strong. There's a lot of really strong ships in Star Trek. The Mary Sue ship is stupid. It's just perfect. Give me a second, I'll tell you the exact time, Luthor. One moment. And by time, I mean year. I'm not going to give you the exact thing. Okay, here we go. 34 years later.
How can I help you?
Well, first of all, you can wonder why this song is on this playlist. The attack on Deep Space Nine has put everything into a tailspin. We're setting up a base to coordinate the campaign to take the station back, but it's slow going. The area of the city is older and doesn't have infrastructure we need. Good thing we have talented officers like you who know how to whip up a few technical miracles. I'm in the science department.
Do you need something?
A few officers that are wounded in the attack. USS Pasteur, really, was helping with the triage, but their sick bay is overflowing. We need some patients down here. Okay, sure, I'll go help that.
I'm here to help.
Why not? Oh, thank you, Loner. Favorite time period in Star Wars? The Galactic Civil War. You know, the gap in between the prequel trilogy up to and including Return of the Jedi. Hey, look, the game froze again, as it is wont to do. 665. Planescape Torment. But I consider the Warrior of Light of Mary Sue. No. We're not invincible. We still screw up. We have plenty of things that still bring us down without getting into cutscene incompetence. Blah, 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 blah. So, no. I don't agree with... I'm sorry. This is so nonsensically stupid, it actually irritates me. It's like, really? We've just had a gigantic enemy fleet swoop in and take our only station in the area, which is like a stone's throw that way. And so we run here to desperately escape that, and you think we're occupying you? You're an idiot! Where are these idiots, speaking of which? Maybe? No? Christ's sakes, hang on. Bajor is currently a Federation member. They even name-dropped that earlier. Just in case they didn't, that we weren't sure about the timeline. Okay, got it. It's the reverse of this, right. Yeah, you know what? If you want the Dominion to just conquer Bajor, you can just say that. You can just be like, yeah, we're joining the Dominion. Bye. We're out. Peace. Mr. Red asked about the worst Mary Sue I've ever seen. Ironically, it is the Mary Sue ship, which is the worst example of a Mary Sue I have ever seen. It is nonsensical on every level. It is without question the worst part of that entire goddamn movie. To me. I mean, just because it makes sense doesn't make it less stupid, Huthor. People are dumb. Smack! Just get a smack. The Mary Sue ship is the Scimitar from Star Trek Nemesis. Nemesis, absolutely, Ross. Nemesis is still a lamentation without the Mary Sue ship. Would you get... Oh, come on! Just because you have a broken leg doesn't mean you can't rock. Let's go! Yeah, Nemesis is chock full of awful, so... But the Mary Sue ship, for me, is the worst part of that film. Then again, I also consider Threshold to be the third worst thing in Trek. Not the stupidest thing in Trek, just the third worst thing in Trek. No, Code of Honor is not number 1. Code of Honor is number 4. There's something in Discovery Season 3, which I will not be spoiling, which is, in my opinion, or maybe it's Season 2, but whatever it is in my opinion, stupider than anything else in the whole history of Star Trek. I will not spoil, do not ask. If you've seen it, you probably know what I'm referencing. This is a great quest right here. Look at this. Come on. You know what's best about it? The best part of an escort mission? Having to do it 3 times in a row with an AI that barely knows what pathfinding even is. Yeah, I know I'm in the outlier for saying that Threshold is worse than Code of Honor, but I stand by that 100%. Threshold is so many levels of aggressively stupid and frustrating and contradictory that if you told me at the end that it was a fever dream of Neelix, it would actually make the episode better. And that is impressive. A bit loud. No, most people I hear say that Code of Honor is at the top slot. You... Okay, I counted. And yeah, if we're being honest with ourselves, we're picking... It's from Dissidia, Blinterval. We're picking out centimeters amongst miles, right? They're both god-awful. So which one is worse is going to come down to your personal opinion. Most people agree Code of Honor and Threshold are terrible episodes. Which one's worse is almost irrelevant at that point. I swear there's better quests in this game. Oh man, the space hippies. Do not get me on about the space hippies. Anyways, sorry, getting off topic a little bit here. Okay. It actually is a lamentation, Ross. So you weren't around back then. But if you remember, we've actually discussed a couple times that the definition of lamentation has changed 3 times, I think, at this point. Overall, across the course of covering shows from all the way back in Voyager. So, at the time, the definition of lamentation was so restrictive that Justice couldn't qualify as one. And then that changed. So, like, if I ever redid TNG, Justice would be a lamentation. Yeah, lamentation status used to be reserved for the worst, and only one. So only one episode got that label. That's also why there's only one lamentation for Voyager. Yep.
I'm here to help.
Okay, now... Yep, cool.
I'm here to help.
So the way these missions work, I should probably talk this out. I'm not reading any of this crap out loud. Is you talk to an NPC, that's her. She gives you one of 2 options for a quest. Some of them vary a little bit based on your role. And then you go do one of those quests. That progresses you, and then you do another one. And this whole thing is just straight up busy work. It's absolutely a gameplay negative. Yeah, Voyager Season 2, I actually don't know. I never like to decide until I'm there whether something's a lamentation or not. But I'm pretty sure several episodes in Voyager Season 2 would qualify for lamentation status. Yeah, it's okay. We're accelerating. We have infinite acceleration, Cashel. Not accelerating to infinity. So not accelerating infinitely. Our rate of acceleration is infinite. Please think about that sentence for 5 seconds. Because they didn't. Oh no, it's a changeling! Yeah, to infinity and beyond! Just a little less catchy, honestly. DS9, I don't think DS9 would change. I think by the time we got to our first lamentation, Move Along Home, the definition had changed in order to accommodate the modern definition, which is the definition we still use to this very day. DS9 and TNG, for that matter, have plenty of blue episodes, but not a lot of blacks. Hey, I just finished an Endeavor. Multi-spectral subspace engine design. Man, I am a master at those things. Multi-spectral subspace. I don't know, Mr. Ed. I've only ever actually done the color scheme, the color spread on one show so far. So I have no idea. I think Move Along Home dragged itself up to Lamentation status for me by virtue of its script. The episode itself is mostly harmless, but God, that is one of the worst scripts I've ever seen in Deep Space Nine. Just aggressively. I say without hyperbole that Mr. Red, who just started writing a few weeks ago, is a better writer than the script of Move Along Home.
I'm here to help.
Okay, so let's go fight some ships now. In lore, what we're doing here is we're practicing against fighting the Dominion, because we haven't fought the Dominion in 30 years. It's true, Huthor! By the way, I get your point, Huthor. Like, that's why I mentioned the inches amongst miles concept, because it's like, what's going to be worst, the worst, amongst the worst, is going to depend on, like, what you value or what you prioritize more, right? Like, for me, aggressively out-of-character things that completely destroy continuity and actively poison the soul of the work in progress, that tends to push towards the top of the list for me. That's why Threshold is way up there. That's why Nemesis is way up there for me personally. But, as you say, you know, Code of Honor is just on so many levels. Although I always find it funny when someone says it's not racist and it's not sexist. Sure. But, as you say, it's a problem regardless of Star Trek itself. Therefore has its own issues. Oh no, it's a Jem'Hadar ship. Die. I don't have any experience fighting Jem'Hadar ships. Die. Die. Continue dying. And yeah, by contrast, Move Along Home doesn't really ruin anything in Star Trek. In fact, it even has a good character moment for Quark. One. But it makes Bashir irritating and annoying, which I know was just kind of his modus operandi early on in general. And it makes Cisco an irrelevant idiot, and it kills me from a tractor beam thing. That's funny. But God, that script is so bad. Yes, Blade Tribal, absolutely. Shades of Grey didn't qualify for a Lamentation, and still doesn't, for that matter. My opinion has not changed on the matter. The problem with Shades of Grey is that it's difficult to judge an episode like that. Mostly because how little of it is actually, you know, judgeable. Let me put this into the review terms, how I do the review for the show. Let's say, or by some random circumstance, we play a video game, right? Now let's say by some random circumstance, this video game straight up includes stuff that's not from the video game. It doesn't really get, like the licensed music thing I've talked about several times. It doesn't get credit for that, but it also doesn't get lamented for that other than the obvious one negative of this is stupid. You're reusing assets directly and comparatively, so that's just lazy. So your potential for positives is lower, yada yada yada. So I can only judge Shades of Grey based on the new content, which was, what is it, 13 minutes? I actually timed it out when I was doing the rumination. And while that is not good, it's mostly just boring. I suppose that's a bad example because there is no such game like that, but you get my point. Gotta go ram Bajor. I mean, I say it in the rumination, Ross, which just proves that Ross doesn't watch my ruminations. I knew it! I always knew. Come on, there we go. Yeah, we did, Huthor, that's valid. Music is the main way it tends to affect games. That'll come up in Tor as well. In fact, it's actually come up in this game. So, it was actually like 5 things at the same time, Ross. Lots of the staff were changing out. They weren't even 100% sure they were going to renew the show. They were running out of budget at the end of the thing. They were running out of time. Time's probably the biggest one. Like... Ugh. So... This is the biggest reason by far for Shades of Grey. A typical shoot has somewhere from 6 to 9 days, I think it's 6 or 9 days attached to it. That's your time to record all your shots, get all the audio, get all the video, get the raw recording of the episode done, right? So that all the production needs to be in place for that. The sets need to be there, the special effects need to be keyed, and the actors need to be familiar with their script, right? And then you spend several days working on it. Shades of Grey had like 3 days. I think 3 is actually overestimating, but the point is it had really, 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 really little time. And so they had to throw something together that could be shot and done inside of like an extraordinarily small period of time for a television show, especially the era. And that is a horrifically limiting effect. Or event, excuse me. But yeah, there's actually...
Need something?
That's great, thanks.
I'm here to help.
There's actually a fairly large amount of music in this game. The overwhelming majority of it is just Star Trek music. Just straight up Star Trek music. It does have some unique songs. In fact, it has 18 of them. I have actually ripped all of them. It's this stuff right here. But the unique music, there's actually a few more songs in this. There's actually more like 35. But the point is, the unique music I've already ripped and I'm using, but the ridiculous rest of majority of it is just songs from Star Trek, which are horrifically copywronged, which is why we have the in-game music muted. Where's this person? Are you this person? You're this person. Hey!
We have a situation here.
What? The whole DS9 situation troubles me, and having Starfleet on Bajor has opened up some old wounds. And letting Klingons come down too, that's just dropping a plasma torch into a deuterium tank. What we need to do now is convince the people they're safe and we have the situation under control. There are a lot of people who aren't happy about Starfleet establishing a base here and allowing the KDF to stay as well. Bajorans have always been touchy about outsiders. Then why did you join the Federation? And the occupation and the Dominion War just made that worse. That was 30 years ago. Now with Jem'Hadar and DS9, you all are here on the ground, and those old fears are coming to the surface. There's a protester by the fountain. We'll have a riot on our hands if you don't put a stop to him. Talk to him. Don't violate his right to free speech and assembly. Just talk to him. Don't worry, me and my anti-proton staff will go talk to him. I don't know how to answer that, Mike Romano. I'm sorry, I know that sounds like a strange statement, but the problem is it depends on the game. Different games usually need different software in order to rip files from them, and usually they come out in raw, non-usable formats, so they need to be treated, and they need to be adjusted into something that is actually listenable, as like an MP3 or whatever. Very rarely a game will just have MP3s or AUDs or whatever. Not AUDs. I can't think what they're called. Other audio formats, and that's just easy at that point. But usually they don't.
This is our home!
Thank you, Cliff, the self-aware AI. I do appreciate it. I hope I hope y'all are just bearing with me as we continue to push through the old and the terrible of STO. The Bajoran people will not stand for another hostile occupation. The Cardassians did enough damage to our world. We deserve peace, prosperity, and the right to govern ourselves. Then why did you join the Federation? Prove you don't intend to occupy the planet. I'm sorry, what? You want me to prove I'm not occupying your planet? All right. Point number 1. Refugees and people fleeing from horrible death. Point number 2, we've got like one base in one city that's out in some province nobody gives a crap about, except for you, because you live here. Point number 3, shut up. And point number 4, whack! All right, we're done. We appreciate that you're willing to share this city with us while we coordinate our campaign against the Jem'Hadar.
This is our home!
Many Bajorans were displaced during the occupation. Thousands died in labor camps. And even if they weren't first in camps, life was uncertain. Do you know when Gul Perak commanded the weapons depot, he executed 15 farmers for not displaying the Cardassian banner? What does it have to do with us? You... This is a temporary arrangement. You idiot. That's technically correct, but you're missing the bigger picture. I'm sorry. I'm missing the bigger picture of the fact that we're here temporarily. Okay. Yeah, I think I've just discovered a Twitter user of the 24th century. That's right, Warpcore. You're not displaying the Federation banner right now. The Bajoran government is stable and doesn't need us to tell them what to do, even though they apparently do, because they joined us.
Bajor for Bajorans!
Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright. Remember, there was a Bajoran in the second episode of Deep Space Nine ever that actually was willing to kill the Bajoran's gods in order to try and force the Federation out of Bajor. I want to stress for a moment, not force other species away from Bajor, just the Federation, which, as I talked about, would literally be just flinging the door open for the Cardassians to walk right back in. Oh, they were a minority Triaxian, but they were there. This has always been, like I said, this is in character. This is, you know, in sense make. Doesn't make it any less stupid. It's, yeah, can I just shove this guy back into the water? Let those piranhas take care of him. The Cardassians were able to pit Bajoran against Bajoran by starving us and depriving us basic rights. That's a good point. It's sure a good thing we're not starving you or depriving you of anything. Any small comfort they awarded us was rewarded for being puppets and treated like we'd win a lottery. Not neighbor turns against neighbor, brother against brothers. In the end, many people were labeled as collaborators. What does that have to do with anything? You may be right. Oh, Jesus Christ. I just want to stab you so hard. I don't want to debate you. You're a waste of my brain cells. The Circle was also stupid, and ironically, the Circle was funded, organized, and run by Cardassians, which just makes that whole thing even funnier. All right, whatever.
Bajor for Bajorans!
You're okay.
We will not be.
I'm just gonna fast forward through this a little bit here.
We will not be. We will not. This is our home.
I'm not even looking at some of these. There. Okay, done. We did it. Shut up, you little snot. Yes, Skyrim for the Nords. Ah! And that's why we will never support Jackass or his stupid frickin' organization. Or the Empire. Although, granted, the Empire was an equally bad option, but that we'll talk about that when we get to Skyrim. One of Skyrim's biggest failings was that they portrayed the I can't remember what their name is, the locals, the battle cloaks or the sky cloaks or whatever, as dumb and stupid and a terrible option. But they never really bothered going into how bad the Empire was, too. Dumb cloaks, that's them, the dumb cloaks. Because they cloak themselves in their own stupidity. Alright, what? You know, that's a good point. Remember, the Bajorans had a strict caste system before, you know, before they stopped. It's for the occupation, I think, actually. Yeah, there should have been a, you know what, let's just go kick the crap out of the High Elves option. Wait, what? Yeah, let's just go do it. Okay. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Anyways, let's help revitalize the soil here. Let's see here. Oh my god. Hang on, I gotta change the fertility of the soil. Jazz music. Yeah, they did, Triaxia. It's okay, she has to do it. Her gods said so. There we go. Wow. I'm sorry. Is every single plant, like, just horrifically imbalanced? Do none of you people actually have the ability to take care of your own foliage? Bajor for Bajorans! So, in related news, we've got a famine. Could you help us with that, Federation? Yeah, sure. Oh my god, you know what? Hang on. We need appropriate music for what's going on here. This is just what it is. Unfortunately, that song is only so long. Sure. Very appropriate music. There we go. Jeez Louise, that one took a minute. I hate these ones. Bit. Oh, too far. Epic gameplay right here. I'm actually leaning up to a second negative for this sequence, because this is just... Remember, this is all one quest we've been doing for the last however long at this point. Oh my god. There we go. There, we're done. It's okay. It's okay. We've got time, Space Cadet. We're not fighting against the Jem'Hadar. We gotta help the local soil, because apparently the Bajorans can't grow food on their own planet. I have no idea, Trihexia, and that's the honest truth. They kind of didn't do much with that idea in the actual show. Well, let's see. Would I rather have the Cardassian unit or Bajor as an ally? Well, first of all, there's no such thing as Bajor as a single entity, so that's the problem there. But the Cardassian Union are freaking Nazis, so I'll take any group on Bajor over the Cardassian Union.
Peace and quiet.
I'm right here. God, these people are rude. Oh yeah, I know what Steiner's theme would have been perfect for that. I didn't even think about that, Cashel. Damn it. Whatever. Are we done with this nonsense yet?
have new orders for you.
Okay. Which step is this one?
I have new orders for you.
Oh, this one. Okay, yeah. This
I
one.
have new orders for you.
This one's the only decent quest in this entire arc. Seriously. Alright, let's scan some subspace frequencies here. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Damn it. Accessing Dabo with Lita.
Dabo!
Perfect. Okay, hang on. See if we can find another frequency. Would you like your iced Ractogino or hot? Sweet or with cream? Please remember your preferences before replicating, and remember to recycle your mug. Oh, and I'll take modern Cardassians over modern Bajorans to finish answering your question. Hey, who is this? How'd you find this channel? Wait, don't terminate the communication. I'm a friend. I know you. I recognized you from earlier. You were trying to help that Defari ambassador get a holosuite appointment. I like your style. I'm Hadron, bartender at Quark's, because Quark wasn't here during the story arc. This is my alternate subspace communications channel. I use it for business matters. Legitimate, legal business. Sometimes I don't want Curlin and company listening into my dealings, but that doesn't make them any less legitimate. Can you tell me anything about the Gem Hunter on the station? Oh, they're terrible for business. There's a lot of them. They're mean. They don't eat or drink, and they brought Ketracel White with them. The Vorta with them has been in once or twice. Always orders Tula berries, never talks, never pays. My profits are going down the drain. Hey, are you planning on coming back, right? Bringing the fleet, kick these guys' butt? I need actual paying customers. I'll even give a small discount on all drinks the first hour if the stations reclaim. Top shelf drinks excluded, of course. Yeah, we need some help. Oh, right. The gym in our Alpha is called Karukan. He's a real tough customer. The biggest and meanest one of all. He's got a Vorta with him. Her name's Loris. Remember that name for later. She's tough, but she hasn't gone out of her way to make our lives miserable. She's allowing those of us who don't evacuate to stay, but only if we toe the line and don't give the Jem'Hadar any trouble. Honestly, how's a businessman supposed to make a living like this? Weird part. Plot twist. They think the Dominion War is still going on. I heard Loris and Karukan talking. They expected the entire Dominion fleet to be here waiting for them, and a changeling to be in charge. It's crazy. They've been hauling in people for questioning, and teams of Jem'Hadar have been tearing the station apart looking for the captive changeling. What happened to these guys? They get stuck in a black hole for 30 years? Well, funny you say that. So, in case you didn't pick that up already, that's the big plot twist. This isn't the modern day Dominion. This is the missing 2800. First of all, thank you, Ryman. Second of all, stab. Third of all, back during Deep Space Nine. Well, you know what? The episode itself will cover it, so I'm not going to cover it. But I thought this was a great little twist, personally. Max Payne 3. I had to think about that for a second.
I have new orders for you.
Okay. The Dominion are looking for a founder, and they think the war's still going on? We need to clear up this confusion pronto. Maybe they'll leave peacefully if we convince them the war's been over for decades. Alright, let's contact DS9. Then let's do it. We could have the quest objective over here. We're going to make you go to another room for absolutely no reason. We go to another room. Like, I can understand why the Dominion would be a little bit suspicious, but there's just such an overwhelming amount of evidence that they're wrong here, you know? No, the irony is that the real threat here, which they only mention briefly, is if the Dominion in general decides, yeah, peace treaty's off because now they have a 3,000 strong fleet in our borders, well, they could do that. So, our only defense is a piece of paper. Hail DS9, let me do the talking. Yeah, sure thing, Curlin.
Who is this? What do you want?
Let's not be so hasty, Karukan. They obviously went to a great deal of trouble to contact us. I am Loris of the Dominion, temporary governor of Deep Space Nine. How can I help you?
Thank you for agreeing to talk, Loris. I am Captain James Kurland of the Federation Space Station Deep Space Nine. It is my hope that we can find a peaceful resolution to this conflict.
Of course, Captain. You want your station back. But this is a war, and your station is my prize.
I know this will be hard for you to accept, but there is no war. It's been over for decades. Your fleet was diverted when you attempted to pass through the wormhole. The Prophets... There is a great deal we have to explain, but please understand, we are not your enemies.
I am not a fool, Captain. We have reviewed the records in DS9's databanks. Why should I believe this fantasy of prophets and time travel? Show me proof that what you say is true.
You want me to show you proof, and yet your records, my records on your station that you are currently holding, already verify what I'm saying. So, we actually have several options here, but my personal favorite is to show them video records from the end of the Dominion War.
The Dominion War continued after a combined Starfleet and Klingon force retook DS9. When the Romulans entered the war on our side, things began to turn. The Dominion recruited the Breen to their cause, but the disease that was attacking the Founders put them on the defensive. They ultimately retreated out of most of the Alpha Quadrant, creating a defense perimeter in Cardassian space. Soon after, a Cardassian official named Damar led a rebellion on Cardassia Prime, breaking the standoff. The Dominion was forced to surrender.
Do not try to deceive me. That cannot be what happened. Why should I believe these recordings are real?
And that's why I mentioned how it's ridiculous that we have to show them evidence, despite the fact that, you know, they have the exact same type of evidence over there, and obviously had less time to doctor it. So, thank you, Darth Tyron. I will put that towards WoW, I suppose. A game which I really hope at this point we don't have any issues playing. Hell, I'm worried we're going to have issues playing Tor, given our current track record. Anyways, let's go ahead and show the casualty figures.
Stop! I don't want to see anymore. Why would you show me something so awful?
You're the ones who are mass murdering civilians. Is there anything we can do to convince you to leave DS9 peacefully?
Enough! I will consider your arguments carefully, but you must understand that I am under orders as well. The Founders gave me specific instructions before I left the Gamma Quadrant. I accept that may have been many years ago. Nevertheless, mere time cannot countermand the commands of the gods. We are attempting to contact the Dominion in the Gamma Quadrant. As of yet, we have been unsuccessful. Until I speak to a founder and receive new orders, we will remain here. Deep Space Nine belongs to the Dominion.
So, I like this story arc, but mostly for the plot. The specifics of the details are very lacking. Let's cover some of the problems going on here. Oh god, it's been so bad, Darth Tyron. It's something I'm just going to have to live with because I don't think there's a fix for it. But the flickering and the shading issues are just nonstop, and it's just an irritant constantly. Anyways, so they have a giant Doom fleet in charge of one tiny station with thousands upon thousands of Jem'Hadar who only have a single supply of Ketracel White, which is what they brought with them. That supply will run out by design. Remember, they don't actually stock a huge amount of provisions on ships on purpose, because they want the ships to go back and check in and regularly reaffirm their loyalty as part of the whole control method the Dominion have over the Jem'Hadar. There are no Ketracel White facilities on this side of the wormhole. If you remember, one of the last things we did was we destroyed one of them. So, that's a problem. A huge problem. And so, that's issue number one, which really should be addressed more. Issue number two is what she brings up vaguely, but honestly doesn't do a good enough job of really examining. Yes, the orders I was given were in the past, and since then there has been peace, but nothing has countermanded my orders. Time means nothing to a god, yada yada yada, I don't care, I'm still conquering this, let's go. So that leads us to, okay, now what do we do? Because effectively our overall goal, well, you'll see. But you can see how that just kind of puts us in an impasse. It's like, well, we convinced you you're in the future, and you don't give a damn. Now what? Remember, the only defense we have right now is a piece of paper. That leads us to problem number 3, and this is one they don't actually explain. This is straight up because plot, and it's the biggest weakness in this entire plot. She should just be able to contact the Dominion back in the Gamma Quadrant and say, hey, and they'd be like, yeah, leave him alone. And she'd be like, oh, okay. And that should be the end of it. She can't contact the Dominion. No explanation given. So, let's start writing some of this nonsense down, shall we? First of all, I've decided to go ahead and give 2 negatives for this plot arc in gameplay, because this is one of the worst quests in the entire game. The only other thing that might surpass this is the Wasteland series. We'll get there. Probably Mike Tamano, but I will not discuss that for obvious reasons. And no, Blade Tval, they never solved the white issue when in the show. Do these quests count? Absolutely, Warp Core. So Warp Core has never heard us discuss the optional paradox. So I know a lot of people disagree with me on this, and I have never heard an argument that changes my mind on this matter. So, good luck. But the way this boils down to is just because something is optional does not make it not good and not bad. So, if the argument here is that what the argument I usually hear from someone is, well, you shouldn't give a negative to something that's optional. To which I say, no, that doesn't work that way. It's a part of the game I'm reviewing. If you put out a plate of food, and I really don't want this food over here, and this food over here sucks, that's part of the dinner that I am reviewing. I'm not just going to ignore it. Now, part of the problem here is most people have no problems giving pluses to things that are optional, whereas they have problems giving negatives to things that are optional. This is a form of cherry picking, and if you're paying attention, you can already see how this is incredibly hypocritical and doesn't actually apply linearly at all. So, screw that. But then we have the third problem. If we start defining what is optional and what isn't, we start running into a hell of a tangle thread of what exactly is optional and is not. Because optional is actually a bit of an asterisky thing, as speedrunners can tell you. In most video games, for example, everything that is not reaching the credits of a game has been determined to be optional. Every other aspect of a video game is optional. All you have to do is start up the game and reach the credits, and that's it. That's why speedrun categories exist, where they start the game, do some arbitrary code execution, so some ACE for a bit there, and then they beat the game. And that counts because they did everything that wasn't optional. Make sense? Now, that may be a bit of an extreme category, but if you really sit and think about just major video games for a second, think about what is not mandatory in a major video game. Like FF6 is actually a really good example of that. So obviously you never have to get Go-Go or Umaro or Mog, but if you really think about it, you could get to the World of Ruin, and then everything that you don't have to do, which is a huge quantity of the World of Ruin, doesn't count. It's optional. You have to get Celeste. You have to go up then from Celeste. Ignore everything else. Ignore Terra. Ignore what's going on with Sabin. Just go straight up to get Edgar. Go over to get Setzer, get the airship, fly to Kefka's Tower, and beat the game with your 3 characters. Everything else is optional, and therefore should not count for positives or negatives via the mentality that's being posited. So, no. Obviously, we count optional stuff as part of it. And yeah, Mass Effect is like this. Dragon Age is like this. Do you know how many characters are optional in Dragon Age Origins? It's actually funny to think about. Do you know how many characters you can get killed in Dragon Age Origins? It's a lot. Long and short of it is, optional is not... No, it doesn't work that way. Optional stuff counts for reviews, and I'd like to think I've given sufficient reason why. The weight is different, of course. Something that's optional that's terrible is only minorly terrible. Something that's optional that's great is only minorly great. But by contrast, something that is mandatory that's terrible sucks even more because it's being forced upon you. Because, you know, fluidity and dynamics and blah, blah, blah. So story positive for the overall structure and plot of the 2800 so far. Well, then you're wrong, Russell Lisu. Any questions? What are you disagreeing about, though? I don't actually understand what you're disagreeing about. Also, I think you are actually wrong, but you have to give me a second to clarify that. My God, stop! Sorry, I'm in an extraordinarily irritable mood because of this nonsense. You see, notice the game has frozen again, which it just does when I alt-tab now, because that's just my life. I need some music. Have some DuckTales music. Let's see here. Story negatives. Negative for side quests. Negative for side quests. Negative for side quests. Negative for class quests, which are optional, consequently. Negative for side quests. Negative for side quests. Yeah, I don't know what you're on about, Russell. I gave tons of negatives to side quests in FF14. In fact, what's the name of that awful zone that I hated in FF14? It was in Heavensward. No, I don't think it was the Sea of Clouds. Might have been. For God's sakes. this zone? What is this zone? Maybe it is the Sea of Clouds. Oh no, it's the Churning Mist, isn't it? Yeah, it's the Churning Mist. Let's see. How many negatives do we give the Churning Mists? 4. Yeah, I think I made my point. Freaking Churning Mists. Alright, so where are we going? We just did that terrible, awful quest. What are we doing next? Yes, that was the Moogle area.
Karukan's ships are guarding the wormhole, so access is limited. A small craft like a shuttle or fighter might be able to slip through the blockade, so leave your starship here at Bajor. Commander Samuel Winters is here, and he's one of the best shuttle pilots I know. I recommend you bring him along. The war is over, but Loris and Karukan won't believe it unless they hear it from someone they trust.
Again, you're sort of missing the actual problem here. The war being over is a technicality, and once again, you'll notice how the Federation's entire approach is to constantly keep pointing at this piece of paper and say, no, look! Look, we have a treaty. It's a treaty. You can't violate a treaty. Why are you violating the treaty? Now, ironically, I'd make fun, but actually this makes perfect sense for the Federation, because they are extraordinarily stupid about treaties. There's actually a scene in Deep Space Nine, in the actual show, during which the Cardassians are found to not be keeping up their end of the bargain of a particular treaty. And so Sisko's trying to, call them on that and find evidence related thereto. And the response was that the Federation should keep adhering to the treaty, even if the other side isn't. Yeah, anyways. I gotta actually put some gear on my shuttle here. Give me a second. I usually just leave my shuttle empty because who gives a damn? I think there's like 3 shuttle missions in the entire game. We'll be doing all of them, of course. We'll do the Gamma thing, whatever. Jem'Hadar it up. Why not? I don't care about consoles. But no, most people disagree with me about the optional thing, and I've never heard an argument to convince me otherwise. I don't mean to sound arrogant. It's just I got nothing. I don't know anything else to add to that. Like, I've heard people give lengthy arguments. God, that looks ridiculous on the bird. Look at that. Lengthy arguments about how, well, I mean, if you order a meal, but you can just remove certain aspects of the meal from the thing, or you can completely ignore it if you don't want to, or, it's what is defined as optional is down to the specific of the individual, and it's a whole lot of stuff. Optional stuff counts. Moving on. This is long since established precedents in case law, and for good reason. God. Okay, so now we have to get in there in our dinky little Borg shuttle. I mean, the only way to disavow optionals from the review system would effectively be to do what we're already doing, if that makes any sense. So remember, everything we do is all a whole bunch of subjectiveness, right? There's no such thing as objective review, blah, 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 blah. So if I just decide to subjectively decide what counts as optional and what doesn't, I am, for all intents and purposes, doing the same damn thing. Well, I'm dead. As, just reviewing the stuff that's optional. Because I say that all the optional stuff can. My point is, if I was to decide to decide what counts for optionals and not. I would just say that everything in optionals counts, and then here we are, in the exact same position we already were. No, it's good to actually be challenged on case law, Blacheful, otherwise what's the point of it? If something can't withstand some scrutiny, then it probably has its own issues, Blacheful. Yes, this is a runabout with Borg tech. What? You don't like my runabout? It's actually a Delta something. Oh no, this is the Yellowstone, my bad. It's fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. I've got a lot of Borg tech. More Borg. I mean Jupiter. This is Deep Space Nine. Wow, I cannot... They are turning... Look at their turn radius! Oh my god! That's... Wow! Okay, can I stop disabling sensor clusters now? Jesus. Yeah, that was impressive is what that was. Oh my god, piss off. The good news is most of the shuttle missions will probably be extraordinarily easy, because shuttles scale differently than ships. Which means if you have overpowered gear on a shuttle, it is much stronger than it's supposed to be. Which means those missions are going to be much easier than they're supposed to be. So I'm looking forward to killing some Malachi on the ground, if you know what I mean. If you're wondering, what the hell's an Malachi? Don't worry, we'll get there. Hopefully today. Honestly, this has already taken longer than I thought it would. This good God. Shut up, Pax. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Oh my god, we're gonna get there. We're not gonna get there. We're not gonna make it.
The Jem'Hadar ship is on an intercept course, sir.
Okay.
Shields and weapons are at full, Captain. Ready to engage.
I'm in a runabout. And now it's Mega Man X4 all of a sudden. Jesus. Damn it, Iris. There is no peace between Reploids and humans. Yes, we're gonna do Cold War after this, even though I should have done Cold War first. But whatever. I'm done with it. It's fine. Everything's fine. Are we done here? Okay. To the wormhole. And we need wormhole music.
A course for the wormhole now.
I don't know if shuttles are getting a negative in general, but shuttle missions might.
We'll be halfway to the Gamma Quadrant before the Jem'Hadar know what happened. Wow, that's some view. This is my first trip into the wormhole.
That's some voice acting.
Letting me tag along. Captain Kurlan says there's a traitor in the Idrin system who knows how to contact the Dominion. She's probably our best chance for finding them quickly. But Kurlan says Farek's help won't come cheap. We need to be ready to negotiate with her.
I have
When
guns.
we're out of the wormhole, we should start searching for Farek's vessel.
Yeah, I think there's 2 more after this in the 2800. Yeah, they abandoned shuttles, and they probably should have.
I'm picking up a ship on long-range sensors, Captain. The configuration matches Farek's ship, sir, but I'm detecting damage to several systems. There's no response to a hail, sir, but her communications array might be damaged. Setting a course to the ship's coordinates now.
The Elachi, Mike Romano. Which would be the other one I know of. I'm not sure if there's a fourth. Well, the one I just mentioned is a TFO, so yeah. Yeah, this mission's probably getting a -2. Thankfully, I know what I was getting into, so I brought some decent weapons, but... I thought the asteroid belt one was in an actual ship. It was just like supercharged speed-wise or something like that. Yeah, the vault was the other one I was talking about. And the one Mike Romano just mentioned. Oh, by the way, I didn't even write down your donation. Thank you, Reggie Brock. Sorry. This game is destroying my brain right now. And you're putting it towards Chodak. Well, I don't actually think Chodak's ever going to get his own story arc, so... Yeah, I might have to get people to give me a custom group for some of the TFOs, because we might not ever get a queue otherwise. Hi, asshole.
I can hear profit in the wind, and the wind is blowing.
You know, in some species you just say hello.
If you want it, I've got it.
What do you want for information on how to contact the Dominion?
I'll give it to you straight. Intel about the Dominion is hard to acquire, and therefore extremely valuable. You don't have a cargo hold big enough for all the latinum I'd want in exchange for the data, but I'm willing to consider an alternative method of payment. You see that planetoid over there? I have a limited amount of time to collect everything valuable from it that I can. And as you can see, my ship could use some repairs. While my crew and I work on fixing this baby up, I could use some help with the salvage. So, here's the deal. You get me something I can turn a profit with, and I'll tell you where you can find the Dominion.
You know, I don't actually remember where I got the Yellowstone from. Oh, Jesus Christ, I remember this. Remember how I mentioned they were kind of puzzle-heavy back in the day? Let me take a snapshot of that so I know which thing is what. There we go. Apparently you just get the Yellowstone for buying something with store. There you go. I honestly don't remember. I've had the Yellowstone for forever. So. Tell you what, I like that. I promise I won't cut off your lobes. You give me my crap. I'm playing Happy Mario music because it makes me feel less bad about this terrible mission. Listen, she's got the lobes for this, if you know what I mean, Mike Romano. Yeah, by the way, did you catch the plot hole there? Keep in mind, we actually have... Hang on a second. Polythermal. And then Quantum. We actually have interactions with the Dominion. Like, that was actually mentioned in the Cardassian arc. We probably have some kind of regular contact with them. There's a pretty good chance we have ambassadors with the Dominion. So, the fact that we need to go through here and find this random Ferengi twit to get information on how to contact the quadrant-sized government of this area is nonsensical on so many levels that I'm not even sure where to go with that. I think the Delta Flyer is actually better than this shuttle, but only barely. Because shuttles, well, they're not good. Yeah, this would make more sense if we've never heard of the Dominion before. Or I'm sorry, had never met the Dominion, but we've only heard of them, right? It's like, huh. This is a spatial. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not actually saying. This is a Tranium, so polythermal. If you screw this up, you piss off the local swarmers, and they attack you, and they suck. Don't worry, we'll show off the swarmers in a minute. I guess that's fair, Ross Elisu. But it's still stupid. But then again, this is a setting in which we had no contact with a major interstellar empire for like 40 years, so I guess what the hell do I know? Like, imagine just nobody's ever talked to Britain in 30 years. Just picture that for a second. I just keep getting Tranium, not that I'm complaining. I mean, we have more interaction with North Korea in real life than they had with the Romulans. Never mind the Dominion. But again, I'm just gonna let it go. It's dumb. Moving on. No trade, no communication, no official governmental contact. That's true, Justin. The Romulans were off the grid twice. And both times it was just to cheapen the narrative at the time. To make it seem like it was a big deal when we finally contacted them. Oh, nucleogenics. So that's going to be quantum. And then high frequency sweep. Which isn't even an option. There we go. Damn it, Tazara. No. If you're teamed and all players have not completed their objectives, feel free to continue until you're ready to proceed. That's a weird message, but yeah, sure, cool. See, I could believe the Romulans cutting off official contact, but just, I roll to disbelieve at the capacity to shut off the entire Romulan Star Empire, which is huge, by the way, from interstellar contact. Like, that's the kind of thing that you need to be several tier levels higher than the Romulans to even be capable of doing. Like, that could work for, God, I don't even know. Nothing in Star Trek. What's the name of those, I can't think of what they're called. Oh my god. And of course, I can't think of the name of the character either. Hang on. Babylon 5 major characters. Let's see here. Vorlons. I can see the Vorlons pulling that kind of nonsense. But, like, Romulans? Whatever, I'm done. Thank you, Tazara. Thank you. Please stop giving me money. I will put that towards Empire of Sin, because that's what all of that's going towards. That's another thing. It makes perfect sense. Yeah, they did, Warp Core. It makes perfect sense for the Founders to be hard to contact. Because, duh, right? It was a big deal that the Founders... Nobody even knew what the Founders were. They just knew who the Dominion was. But not having the ability to contact the Dominion?
If you want it, I've got it.
I got your crap.
That's great. Nice doing business with you. I'll just verify the transport and then I'll contact my friend, the very important Vorta. I'm sure that he'll be able to help you with whatever you need. Quick! Cut the comm! Jump to warp! What do you mean we don't have warp drive yet? Get it going! Now! Wait, can they still hear me? You know the funny thing about resonance pulses? They drive the swarmers crazy.
So how many of you died on this step right here? These swarmers suck to fight, especially if you're at level and doing this for the first time. And that, more than anything, is why this is a negative to gameplay this mission, is because this mission is overtuned like crazy, as honestly most of the shuttle missions are. They really didn't think about the fact that you have 2 weapon ports, and that's kind of it. And frankly, these things would suck to fight even if you had a real ship on them, which of course we do not. Now, ironically, I completely forgot to bring Fire at Will because I'm a moron. But... God, one-shotting these is so satisfying. It really is. Mark 15s! Gold Mark 15s! Piss ants. Get some battle music going here, hang on. Oh my god, okay. By the way, the best part? You can't just leave. The actual quest requires you to kill all of them. All of them. Now, hang on, that's even worse than it sounds. You notice how hard they are to even see? Because they don't show up regularly because they're mini-craft. So that's its own annoyance. Then hang on. We then have to... Are we done? Did we do it? Yep, we got them all. Okay, there we go. We're good, we're good. Jesus. So, now we follow... The other problem I was going to mention is every now and again one of them just... Well, you know what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So, what's up? There's a bunch of Jem'Hadar attack ships surrounding the Ferengi ship. Let's go see what they're up to, shall we?
Farek's ship has life support and engines, sir, but that's about it. Shields are failing, and she only has limited weapons. The lead Jem'Hadar vessel is hailing us, sir. Putting it on screen now.
Ah, so the representatives of the Alpha Quadrant finally make their way to seek aid from the Dominion. We have been expecting you. According to our information, you're having a slight occupation problem on Deep Space Nine. I might be able to assist you with that problem if you have come here in friendship. And as we all know, friends help one another. You can start by destroying this nuisance and her ship. She has intruded into the Gamma Quadrant without permission and is conducting unauthorized salvage operations in our space. The penalty for this is clear. By all rights, we should execute you as well. But I am willing to overlook your involvement this time. So, as the Ferengi would say, do we have a deal?
We are still friends, right? I'm in a bit of a spot here. Got any help for your old pal, Ferric?
Lock weapons into Ferric's ship.
Hey! Watch where you're pointing those weapons. Come on, I may have done a few tiny little things wrong, but nothing that's worth killing over. The resonance pulse? You can't be upset about that, can you? You lived! You can't be mad if you lived.
Yeah, that's true. If you shoot at me, and I survived that, I can't be upset about you shooting at me.
You know I can't fight you. I'm no warrior. I'm a worm. You don't want to kill a worm, do you? Be a pal. Let me go.
Okay.
Excellent! Now I see the type of officer you are. This could be the start of a mutually beneficial partnership. I will return to the Alpha Quadrant with you and render whatever assistance I can. There is a price, though. For more than 30 years, Starfleet has held one of the founders as a prisoner of war. Imagine the hubris it takes to contain a god. The arrogance. When the Founder is returned to me, you will have the Dominion's complete cooperation. And my guarantee that Karukan and his fleet will not trouble Deep Space Nine again.
Yeah, not the first time we've had that problem in this story arc. What's really sad is if you can part out the audio in your head, you can tell that Jeffrey Combs is doing a really good job nailing it. And it's especially in contrast to whatever rando they got to do that one, who is doing nowhere near as good of a job. It's like, he's under there just oh yeah, and then the other side, he's just, oh my god. Anyways, whatever. Moving on. Oh my god. As weird as this may sound, I'm surprised that's a bug. That just sounds like something they never did. So now we want the facility, which is this one.
The Federation Council has authorized the release of the Founder from the detention facility where she is currently being held. I need someone the Founder will respect to complete the transfer. You're the best candidate for the task. I don't expect any problems. But I didn't expect Jem'Hadar from the past to crash the board conference either. So take my recommendations with a grain of salt.
That would be nice, Mike Kamano, but I suppose we'll see. As a further addendum, this is another mission where I kind of wish they talked about the actual politics on display here. Think about what's happening here. The Dominion lost a huge fleet, and that was the beginning of a series of events that led to the Dominion losing the war against the Alpha and Beta Quadrants. Then, we keep Salome Jens, the Founder, as a prisoner of war, and she's been here for the last 30-plus years, just hanging out, doing her thing. But then that fleet shows up again, occupies, the Deep Space Nine, and then has all sorts of other possibilities for taking over Bajor or other spots in the area, reconnecting with the Gamma Quadrant. That's a gigantic fleet. That is the biggest boon to a war effort if they wanted to restart the war. But the Dominion tend to think in different directions, and of course they've got Odo now. So they're like, okay, tell you what. We'll go ahead and deal with your fleet problem, and we'll get rid of the 2800. But, honestly, maybe we could have something in return. And so they get the Founder back. Now, if you don't understand the significance of that, first of all, obviously they care more about Founders than everything else. Second of all, this is a tacit admission of the fact that the Federation was lesser than the Dominion, which has all sorts of political implications for the future. It also means that the Founder, aka What's-Her-Face, the evil one, has been returned to the rest and can start scheming. And yeah, this is just such a win-win for the Dominion. Like, I'm doing a terrible job of explaining it, because apparently my brain is pudding right now because of all this crap. But this is actually such a fascinating negotiation tactic that they're using here. And they're like, yeah, no problem. No problem. Here you go. I love it. And of course, by the way, the other final thing that really lines all this up, they still get to keep the 2800. They don't... I don't know what else to add to that, right? Like, they may not be in position to conquer the other series, but that's a gigantic fleet with tons of ground troops that's just added to added back to their fold like that. So the Dominion loses literally nothing and gains everything. Like, this is, of course, this is the kind of thing that only exists in fiction. Because you can't do this in real life. Like you can't just say that a gigantic series, an entire army group center, suddenly vanishes from reality and then comes back. And it's like, well, now what? But again, we'll talk a little bit more about the specifics of how much this matters later. All I want you to keep in mind right now is how much this is pushing the Dominion even further into threat territory, and how much they are completely outmaneuvering everyone, even if it's effectively just from random chance. They're the ones taking the most advantage of the circumstances. So, this is the Federation's most secure prison. I've talked many times about how Federation prisons are actually luxury resorts. This place is effectively the exception to that. Admiral, your authorization to visit has just come through Starfleet Command. We don't get many visitors here, so this is quite an occasion. However, we're detecting 2 ships in orbit. Why is there a Jem'Hadar vessel? Yeah, that's a Vorta. Weyoun is here to see the Founder. This is most irregular, Admiral. I will permit you to beam down with one of your officers. The Vorta will have to remain. Okay. Hail the Jem'Hadar ship.
The Founders are wise in all things.
Hey, it's actually Jeffrey Combs.
The Dominion has endured for over 2,000 years, and we will continue to do so.
I've made contact with the facility.
Excellent. I'm ready to beam down immediately. The Founder has been trapped among solids for far too long, and the Great Link is diminished without her august presence. There's the matter of our transporter signal, however. The station is blocking it. Perhaps you can enlighten me here? I'm beginning to feel unwelcome. There's the matter of our transporter signal.
I'm here to reach a mutually beneficial solution.
Oh my god. It's not that you're unwelcome, there are security concerns.
Security concerns? Really? You and I both know that the Dominion could conquer this facility if we so desired. And yet here we are, observing the peace. I'm sure Starfleet has a number of clever defenses here. But as we've proven in the past, even your best defended locations are vulnerable to a squad of Jem'Hadar warriors.
I'm here to reach a mutually beneficial solution.
Weyoun, please. Just wait here while I go speak to the Warden.
Very well. I'll wait. You do understand that my patience is not an endless commodity, yes? When it is exhausted, I'm afraid we shall enter a more unpleasant stage of our relationship. Let us hope the situation is resolved before that occurs.
And yeah, ignore the fact that a Klingon bird, canonically, managed to raid Utopia Planitia successfully and without much difficulty. Let's just ignore that for a moment, because I don't even know what to say about that. Yeah, Starfleet put all of their security budget into this one frickin' facility. Clearly, they should just kill them all. Or, you know what they could have done? They could have outsourced all their prisoning to Rurapente. A lot cheaper. Okay. Follow the blue line. Got it.
Antechamber A.
Nice place. You might notice there's a lot of troops here with a lot of armor and a lot of guns. These aren't people.
Follow the blue line to Isolation Zone A. Processing Zone A.
How many people do we have in this prison? Jeez Louise. Hang on.
ISIS access granted. How may I assist you?
Yeah, please extend the walkway.
You may proceed. Follow the blue line to Isolation Zone A.
Yeah, don't think about that.
Isolation Zone A.
Oh, you're probably wondering what these are. These are holograms. The overwhelming majority of the personnel on this prison are all military-grade holograms, so that's fun. What can you tell me about this facility? Not many people know about this place, Admiral, and that is intentional. By the way, he's a hologram, too. Sorry.
Authorized visitors must report to the...
We are a Federation penal institution designed to house the most high-profile and dangerous prisoners. Most are quite violent or disruptive, but a few are targets for attacks that need to be kept here for their own safety. Because of the danger, this facility is almost completely staffed by photonic personnel. There's only a handful of humanoids authored to work here. 5 now that Council of Fur has left us. And there aren't even present at the facility full-time. What should I call you? Just the Warden? A bit disconcerting, isn't it? I understand that the EMH Mark I had the same problem, but in this instance, instead of the programmers forgetting to give me a name, it was intentional. They thought it would be less approachable, and therefore our guest wouldn't consider me target for manipulation. Or perhaps that's a little joke. You've met the ISIS? I find it quite intriguing our computer receives a name, and the photonic staff did not. So I'm here to see the founder. That's unusual. I thought you were here to speak with inmate 53160. He's been waiting for quite some time. I need to verify your authorization. Until then, would you be willing to speak with 53160?
Isolation Zone A.
Fine. And I know that, you know, we can make fun of this place if we want to, but I like to think that this facility is a good example of what you get when the Federation stops screwing around. Like, even if you manage to bypass the ridiculous layers of security on this place, you're still on an asteroid in the middle of absolutely nowhere. That's literally not on the star charts.
Inmate B160.
Amar Singh, an augment. Life sentence with possibility of parole. Requirement is the isolation ward protocol. Visitors must be approved by warden. Recreational materials must be approved by warden. No access to computer terminals or modern technology. Brilliant scientist who dedicated himself to creating a perfect species through gene manipulation. 2 prior convictions for illegal experimentation and performing illegal genetic augmentations. Expert in multi-species augmentation. apprehended on Hattoria by Starfleet officers after joining forces with Ambassador Bavat. Now, canonically, we've actually already met this guy before, but remember, that story was axed, so whatever. Hi. Some kind of joke? I asked for some kind of representative of Starfleet to explain why I must continue my research, and they send you, the one who put me here? Again, yeah. I see now this is an exercise in futility. Your mind is too small to comprehend anything I have to say. Why should Starfleet let you continue your research? Genetic manipulation is illegal. The genetic code The genetic code holds no secrets from me. I can cure diseases, extend lifespans, make the perfect warriors. Admiral, the Federation is at war. Dude, we've been at war for centuries. Many lives are lost every day, but what if I could make the people on your crew stronger, more resilient? What if your reaction time was increased tenfold? What if your body could heal from any wound? I can create perfection. All I need is time and resources. You're an idiot, but I will make your report to Starfleet Command and let Section 31 make the call here. Now, leave me alone. This place. Have you got my authorization yet? Oh, apparently the Vorta can transport down too. However, he must remain outside the isolation zones. I realize this is an unusual situation, but security protocols must be maintained. We're losing our most famous inmate. I suppose I should be sad, but it's not like she was easy to get to know. She's very different from the other inmates. I don't suppose she has much use for us. The Founder's being held in Isolation Zone B.
Isolation Zone A.
Weyoun.
The Founders are wise in all things.
Yeah, that's nice.
Did you know your psychographic profile is required reading for all Vorta field supervisors? It's quite a fascinating study. To say you've had an unusual career would be an understatement.
Follow me.
I'm happy to hear it. Despite the delays, you're fulfilling your end of the deal adequately. I would like to remind you that the safety of the Founder is now your responsibility. If she is harmed, the Dominion will have no choice but to respond. I think you'll find that Karo Khan will be the least of your problems if that occurs.
You don't have to threaten me every 5 seconds. If I offer you ice cream, you don't have to say, very well. But if this ice cream does not fulfill your obligations as the provider of said ice cream, I'm afraid we may have to have a few bits of words with the local Jem'Hadar contingent. I'm just offering you ice cream, dude. God damn, Weyoun. It's a good thing you're voiced by Jeffrey Combs.
Main holding.
Where am I going? I'm falling red, I think. Listen, we need to fight the soulless minions of Orthodoxy.
Inmate 51099.
Not eligible for prisoner exchange. Wow. Anyways, sorry. Just you can look at some of the prisoners here. It's some neat little side lore, which we're of course not covering because this is not a lore run. Further down.
Processing Zone B. You may proceed.
Thank you.
Isolation Zone B. Extending walkway.
You still with me, Wayne? You know, I don't even care. Thank you, Diabeepus. I'm glad you're liking it, despite the non-stop irritations we've had so far. God, I hope the irritations at least start going down later on, you know what I mean? Jeez Louise. I'll put that towards Morrowind.
Access granted.
Name unknown. Type Class X. Sentence pending. Now, I just want to pause for a moment. What I love about this is the very minor but tacit implication that her crimes are at such a level that there's no actual crime on the books for what she has done. She has never actually been sentenced to anything. She's just being held here. That, it's been 34. It's been 34 years since the end of Deep Space Nine. 34 years. And her sentence is pending. Requires a level 8 force field at all times. Visitors must be approved by Warden and the Federation Council. For those of you who don't know, that's the actual rulers of the Federation. Outside communication is restricted. Inmate is not allowed out of cell. Rehabilitation and therapy efforts have been ineffective. Medical personnel not equipped to deal with changeling physiology. Utilize subroutine Bashir 98 before any examinations.
Access granted.
Hello.
What do you want, Solid?
And yes, that is Salome Jens.
Time is meaningless. I will endure.
Founder, we have a situation in Deep Space Nine.
Since you are here asking for aid, your dilemma must be serious. At least, for you. What are you prepared to offer in return for my assistance? And what guarantee do I have that you will fulfill your end of any bargain we might reach? I have little trust for your kind, and with good reason. What is that human saying? To learn about a people, learn how they treat their prisoners? I have been here for many years, and I have learned much in that regard. Solids are irrational, fearful creatures. You cannot be trusted. Time is meaningless.
If I might ask, why did you choose to surrender to the Federation?
My captivity was the price I paid for the life of my people. We were dying, infected with a virus created by Starfleet intelligence. Odo cured me, but when I linked with him, I knew that he needed his justice. Otherwise, he would have stayed with the Solids, stayed with that woman. Therefore, I surrendered myself so he would take the cure to the Great Link. Once he joined it, I knew he would never leave. I am immortal. A few years here is a minor inconvenience. Those lost years are worth far less than the prizes I've gained in return.
And she is absolutely right about that. She could have been here for another century or so, and it still would have meant nothing to her.
Time is meaningless. I will endure.
I came here with a Vorta, who, it just says a Vorta because it wasn't Wayun back in the day. I will take you to him.
Then you mean to release me? Interesting. The price of my freedom, I trust, will not be insignificant. I will trust you, despite my inclination to do otherwise. I will return to the Great Link and to Odo. We have much to discuss. Lead the way. I wish to see what you Solids have in store for me after all these years.
Because he's a changeling, Makramana.
Founder, your ordeal is at an end.
Wayun, your line lives on. Good. Let us leave this place.
So...
Founder! We have taken DS9 in your name and are prepared to extend our campaign throughout the quadrant. Give your blessing to our victory. We are yours to command.
I know you, Karakan. Your fleet failed us in the battle for Deep Space Nine. We lost because you did not arrive.
The fleet was diverted passing through the anomaly. We did not...
I need soldiers, Karakan, not excuses. You failed the Dominion once. I will not give you the opportunity to do so again.
No! It can't! Ah!
What?
Attack! Kill everyone but the Founder! We are dead! We go into battle to reclaim our lives!
I think not. Did you really think I came here alone? Loyal Jem'Hadar! Defend your god! Kill these traitors!
Okay, which Jem'Hadar do I kill? Oh god, they all look exactly the same! So yeah, you knew this was coming. Of course, in this super, super secure place, naturally someone would effortlessly be able to bypass all of it.
ISIS is offline. Emergency protocols engaged.
Come on.
Antechamber B. Secondary ISIS core.
Let's see here.
Secondary ISIS offline. Emergency protocols engaged.
I'm sorry, Admiral. It is not possible to override emergency protocols at this time. The primary ISIS core is offline. The secondary core has limited functionality. Until order is restored, Facility 4028 is in lockdown. Holomatrix is offline, communication blocked. A transporter inhibition field has been activated, and Shuttle Bay is protected by a Class 10 force field. 2 protocols are accepted to restore order in case of catastrophic event to the facility. If the prisoners are subdued using either lethal or non-lethal methods, you'll be able to reboot the primary core. We can read into this however much you want to, but they have a protocol for murdering all of the people who have escaped in order to restore order to the prison. Or non-lethal. They're both options.
ISIS is offline. Emergency protocols engaged.
Naturally, we're going to go with lethal.
Lethal option selected.
While the loss of life is regrettable, it has been deemed as preferable to allowing the residents of Facility 4028 to escape. I don't think I've ever picked lethal, actually.
In an orderly fashion. Failure to do so is a violation of facility regulations.
I like how the founder fight, Solom Jens fights with us. Eye drops are good. What I'm weirded out by is how many people are here. I know, interstellar space is big, so logically there should be a lot of people here, but this is the Supermax place. This is the off-the-books place. You'd think there'd only be a few prisoners here, but no, there's a few hundred. What the hell did all these people do? Don't answer that. Although, I kind of hinted at this earlier, but if you actually read all their little prisoner entries, a lot of the prisoners are specifically here because they failed to be, what's the word? Rehabilitated. There we go. Because they originally were at a, much, much more luxurious prison.
Violence is against
They didn't work out all that well. And now they're here. And there are a couple people who are literally here for their own safety. That's its own thing. See, I think we shouldn't have presidents at all. Just execute people immediately. Get up like a line of firing squads. What's like the most horrific way to die? Like flamethrowers? Yeah, let's just get a line of flamethrowers. There we go. Okay, that actually gives me an idea for a story. Imagine there's this supermax prison place, like Rurapente, right? Like, oh, we are sending you a prisoner. And then at one point they're like, oh, shoot, we sent you a prisoner by accident. They were actually innocent. We need them back. And the warden's like, what? What's the problem? So we don't actually keep prisoners. We just murder them the moment they show up. What? Yeah, we haven't had prisoners here in 30 years. Oh. Oh. Ah. Ooh. Okay. That's, all right. Went the wrong way. There was a transporter accident. Tell them there was a transporter accident. Very, very, very regrettable. Very regrettable.
Weapons fire detected. Possession
Really?
of weapons is a violation of facility regulations.
Weapons fire is a violation of facility regulations. I'm sorry, that amused me. Oh, almost assuredly Wentlock. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was inspired by that. Yeah, by the way, that's an Undine. Named Tuvix because it's funny.
Access restricted.
Murder, murder, murder. So this is funny. Remember this guy? Oh, he's just standing here, hanging out. Now, this is an interesting situation. You should probably return to your cell. And why would I want to do that? No one's attacking me. The facility's in chaos. Given a little luck, I might be able to stroll out the front door. By this time next week, I could be back in Klingon space continuing my research. You'll never get outside the facility, though. Really? I know this place has a space dock. We used it when I arrived. All I need is get a shuttle and escape. Listen, trust me when I say you cannot get out of this place. And I can't guarantee your safety unless you go back to your cell. Stop your incessant yammering. Let me think. You have a ship in orbit, but so do the Jem'Hadar. There's a 90% chance that one or both of those vessels will fire on a ship leaving this facility. I could use transporters, but there's an 86% chance ISIS has cut off access. I could circumvent ISIS in 3 minutes. Very well. I'll return to captivity, but only if you promise to report that I did so willingly. I need every advantage if I'm going to continue my work.
Prisoner secured.
Sure, we won't murder you. Just this once, we won't murder a prisoner. Once! And it's the guy who's actually killed lots of people and done horrific research in order to try and create super weapons for the Klingon Empire. Thank you, Nemesis. Enjoy. Greetings from sunny... I will put that towards Skyrim. A non-sunny place. Oh my god, my energy staff went off. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disintegrate you. My bee. Oh Jesus, Sequoia. Hey, holodecks are back online. Warden? Warden! Ah, there we go. Diagnostic cycle complete. Took a few seconds for ISIS to bring me completely back online. Sorry for the delay. Can you take it from here? Yep, now that ISIS is online, getting the remaining prisoners back and settled down should be trivial. I've also contacted the closest starbase and requested an engineering team. We'll be back in peak operating efficiency in no time. Thank you, Admiral. Yeah, sure, whatever. Can we, go now and not be here anymore?
Primary ISIS core.
Yeah, that guy, I know we didn't show his story arc, but trust me, he actually probably deserves to be here. I won't say probably because, you know, debatability. Honestly, no, I don't think they do, Reggie. It's also probably not a standard starbase. At the very least, it's probably Starfleet Intel. It's Radisvik Intel. It's a terrifying place, really, but they're really on top of things, so they'll be good. Thank you, Radisvik. Always appreciate. I will put that towards Morrowind. Thank you. Let me go and jot that down. They just memory wipe. I mean, they could. They literally, in TNG, they actually talk about adjusting people's memories, because you can just do that. Incoming hail from the lead Jem'Hadar ship. It's Kurakan. I am evil and stupid.
Surrender the Founder and your pet, and you will survive, Captain. Refuse, and I will destroy your ship.
The Founder's on my ship. You idiot!
He's bluffing. He can't harm a Founder.
I can, and I will, Vorta.
But
victory is life.
But you just asked me to give up the Founder, and then you threatened to kill the Founder.
Go to warp while you still can. We'll hold them off.
But...
No! I will have the Founder!
But...
All ships, attack!
But...
Captain! Shields at 47% and falling!
Evasive maneuvers! Pattern shown 6!
In fairness, it actually makes a degree of sense that Karakan
Launch
is
torpedoes! Full spread!
acting the way he is.
We won't be able to hold them off forever, Captain!
The problem is, he's completely losing his mind, effectively. Like, he does not have the ability to think straight. They don't explain that properly, unfortunately. I think they needed to bother. But he's running through a programming improper input loop. So right now, Karakan is currently going... Now, what's funny is, Warp Core just mentioned this. This would be extremely easy to mention. Remember, they don't have access to Ketracel White other than what they brought with them. All of this would be effortlessly explained away if you just added that little proviso to this. As is, it does make perfect sense if he's literally going through Ketracel White withdrawal. So, that would track. That could have gone better, but I know you did the best you can. A check of Facility 4028 shows several prisoners unaccounted for. Most were able to pick up with ease, but there's 2 high-priority inmates missing. Terrace and James Fadi Mayra. I don't know anything about Mayra, but Terrace had help. An Iconian signature was detected near her cell. Strange. We'll deal with that later. But yes, he's literally broken. He's literally dying. And his mind doesn't work right, because that's how Ketracel White... I mean, it's actually really, really similar to what we human beings go through when we're starving. When you're starving, your brain just stops working properly. Boldly they rode. Boldly they
Now
rode.
that we have the aid of one of the Founders, we should have no trouble convincing the Jem'Hadar at Deep Space Nine to stand down and return to the Gamma Quadrant. Starfleet and the Klingon Empire are assembling a unified fleet to garrison the station and repair the damage from the battle. We want you to go with the Founder to negotiate the surrender of the remaining Jem'Hadar. Rendezvous with the Jem'Hadar ship near Deep Space Nine. You'll represent the interests of the Alpha Quadrant, but this should be a simple formality. Captain Kurland is headed to Deep Space Nine in the Defiant, along with the rest of the task force. He said to tell you he's looking forward to seeing you on board the station again.
So, if you're paying any kind of attention, this is a terrifying scenario. And either the Federation are extremely naive or stupid? Because, yeah, honestly, think about this for just 1 second. We're taking a founder who hates us and has every interest in reconquering us to a gigantic fleet willing to follow her orders no matter the cost. But it's okay, because she said that she's going to let them go. So they're going to go home. She said, okay? She did a pinky promise and everything, so you can't break a pinky promise. It's okay. Warlord Jens over there is fine. It's going to be fine. Don't worry about this. Yeah, ignore the fact that the Jem'Hadar fleet is probably losing their minds from the whole Ketracel White thing, which explains what's going on with Karokon and his own insanities. And yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Oh. Actually, that would make sense. She's a changeling. That's not her pinky. She doesn't even have a pinky. It all makes sense. Yeah, we're almost there. Yeah, the Federation, they're cool. They're competent and on top of things. They haven't literally had one of their best ships in the flagship of the entire fleet taken over by a bunch of Ferengi and a couple of birds of prey. They definitely didn't get invaded by a parasitic species that several of them even saw coming, and they still lost to it. Oh yeah, she could totally game this situation, Reggie, and she's smart enough to do so if she wants to. She showed how ruthless and vicious she was during the show. She can do whatever the hell she wants to here. Hell, they could take me prisoner right now. And just be like, yep, nope, you're mine now. Admiral, I see you're quite ready for the next stage of our little task. It's quite agreeable to be working with you, in spite of the treatment I suffered at your hands during the events aboard the USS Rapier. But what? After all, it's very hard to forget my previous incarnation died so painfully. Not that I'm implying my death was your fault, but mistakes were made. That's another removed mission. There's going to be more of those. By the way, you can actually say, after the death of your clone, Iran, which is who this previously was, I thought you might have a little more respect. But the other option is, I'll try not to disappoint you, Weyoun. This one calls him Iran, this one calls him Weyoun.
Of course. I'd expect no less, especially after our recent adventures. That being said, neither of us should have much to do here today. The Founder will handle the necessary details of Karokon's surrender. This may be over in a matter of moments.
I expect a swift revolution, because I'm a naive idiot.
If the two of you are quite finished, the sooner this nonsense is dealt with, the sooner I can return to the Great Link and put decades of poor memories behind me. Hail the station. Inform Loris and Karokon that I would have words with them.
At once, Founder. If you would care to do the honors.
Of course. I know how to use Jem'Hadar stuff. I actually
Vessel
have a Jem'Hadar ship.
6474, you are not part of our task group.
Watch your animation.
Not interested in anything. Founder, please forgive my impudence.
I love that.
How may I serve?
You will stand down at once, Loris. Prepare your Jem'Hadar for transit. We are all going home. Transport aboard this vessel immediately.
Yep,
Loris, signal your first to stand down.
The Founder's invisible.
This is Loris. The Founder orders you to stand down and prepare for transport.
The Founders have turned their backs upon us. We are denied their glory. The only glory for us now is death in battle. We are already dead. We may reclaim our honor at the price of our lives.
Karokon, you must obey. You must!
We're all invisible.
He's closed the channel.
So much for a simple resolution to this mess.
We'll see. I'm hailing the fleet.
Defiant here. I hope you're not calling to explain that.
Look at the size of that bridge! There's a problem. Karo-Kan refuses to surrender. Why are we surprised by this? Given the last episode.
The fleet is nearly there, and we're going to have a lot of casualties if we have to fight the Jem'Hadar. You need to find a way to defuse this situation.
There's only 2,800 of them. We got this. If we remove Karo-Kan, resistance may collapse.
There's no way to beam aboard or dock without being intercepted.
With station security codes, we might be able to board by spacewalking onto the hull.
I don't see any other options at this point. Good luck, and may the prophets watch over you.
Okay, so I'm keeping my mouth shut, because even before more
reviewed
recent
your
stuff...
file, and I believe you are best suited to this task. Your familiarity with Deep Space Nine will be an advantage.
So even before modern times, this quest was really buggy. So we'll see how this goes. Should I say Victory is Life next?
Clever. Predictable, but clever. Time is a factor, Solid. I will have this vessel brought as close as possible to the station while you prepare.
I mean, that would make sense, Blade Traval. Hell, I have that in my D&D group. You'd think a military organization would have that. So, we get to space... We get to spacewalk on Deep Space Nine. Now, this is kind of cool, admittedly. But there's one really big issue with it. Can anybody guess what the issue is here?
Kirtland here, come in.
So, yeah, the way you are supposed to do this is you're supposed to target those nav beacons and hit this button. Now, it kind of explains that, but the interface used to be not that clear. So it wasn't really obvious that's how that worked.
Kirtland here, come in.
So, this mission could really drag, and the way the targeting in this game works is not exactly unbuggy to begin with. Alright, so I need to go over here. Also, the way it targets is inconsistent when the Z-axis is different, so going up or down can cause issues. But I'll at least give credit. This is actually a great idea for a mission. And they will do similar things much better later on. So, if you fly off the station, bad things happen. I'm speaking from experience. One of the things that can happen is you could fall infinitely and have to Alt F4 the game. Oh my god. The edge is an invisible wall, but you can still fly off the station. Again, speaking from experience. You can also fall through the station. That's another one I'm speaking from experience on. You know, I just read the thing telling me how to do this, and I still don't know how to do this, so we're just guessing. You notice it's also... Oh my god. No, come on. Okay. Clearly I'm doing something wrong here, so we're just going to move on. might end up Googling this. If I might, I mean I'm already doing it. Well, the game bugs out on me. I'm actually not sure, Flagand. We're about to find out, though. Oh, yep, it is randomized each time. Wow. I hate this puzzle. A lot, honestly. Yeah, I'll take the math puzzles over this one. In fact, I'll take the logic puzzles over this one, too, while we're on the subject. Then there's this problem. So even with, despite the flight thing, you still have to slog around a little bit, so... You know, that sucks. Okay, so... It's over here. Ah! Okay, flow control is also 4. Sensor filters was 1, I think, and then EM is 4.
Kurland here.
Okay. Let's get on with this nonsense. Hey, Chocolate Fireguard. And yeah, if you're wondering why Kurland here is the big Kurland meme, that's why. So also, one of the other reasons you don't want to just constantly do this is because of things like this.
This is Kurland.
It's okay, though. Everything's fine. We're fine. Yes, Traxia. Hey, Savacom. Welcome to one of the missions that should be really cool, and is instead just really irritating. Honestly, what I'm probably going to do is give this particular quest a story plus, for just the visuals and the presentation and all that, and a gameplay minus for how frustrating and buggy it is. Yes, in lore, the war with the Klingons will be going on for, honestly, quite a while.
Kurland here. Come in! Are you there? Are you alright? This is Kurland.
We lived. Although, nothing in the game tells you to do what I just did, so, you know. So, yeah, this is probably problem number 1, Savacom. This is full speed right here. I do like the damaged Burrell, though. To scale, too. That's about how big they are. AKA dinky little things. This way? Maybe? Hey, I'm trying to remember where I am. Yep, okay. My bad. So I'm gonna go this way. What's funny? It would be relatively easy to fix this. All you need to do is give us the jetpack controls from Ryza. Bam! Irritation gone. Now, I know that would remove the spacewalk thing. But still, I think that'd be cool. Now, I'm gonna just pretend I stole that idea from Flagand there. The Klingons are just... They're just Klingoning it up, honestly. I mean, what else can be said about them? Yeah, the idea of flying around on Deep Space Nine just sounds cool enough in its own right. So then this happens. I want you to think about how minusculely slow that Jem'Hadar attack ship is going in order to be able to even maneuver at that pace right there. So now we have a problem. We managed to fight some Jem'Hadar fighters in a shuttle, but fighting it on foot might be a bit much even for us. So let's see if we can figure out something to do about that. I mean, if we're being 100% honest, in lore, the weapon I have would absolutely damage that ship. But that's because the weapon I have in lore is stupid. I shoot anti-protons. Okay, so this is one of the most common puzzles of this era. I've actually been waiting for one of these to show up. The way it works is you need all three of those to line up. You can rotate column 1, row 1, and column 2. And you have to line everything up there. So I need to do this, and then this, and then that, and we're done. So most of these are pretty simple, but it's really easy to get completely lost and try to work your way back to the puzzle. But we're going to see several of those isolinear puzzles. Go away.
This is Curlin.
Yeah, I can take out a fighter. By the way, there's a range limit on the thrusters thing. Now, what's really funny is if you read that, what it says is the range is 45 kilometers. Obviously, that's just a typo, but it's funny to think about. Yeah, I was about to say, remember that the detonation of a ship causes damage? It's something I pointed out very early on. Something you have to deal with when playing this game. Yeah. No, it's actually 45 meters. See, if you read that right there, it says, navigation jump to a point 45 meters away. Now, if I detarget it, it says, so what it actually says is, reaction thrusters offline. Activate EV suit and target a navigational beacon within 45 kilometers. But then if I remember where the frickin' thing is, there it is. And then I target it, it's reaction thrusters, space jump to navigation point 45 meters away. Also, it took me forever to figure out how to get up here. It's like, where the hell does it want us to go? Also, just, yeah, whatever I need to say about that. I mean, DS9 is legitimately huge. It's a city in space, but you don't need to exaggerate that. It is already gargantuan. I was about to say, there's 3 bugs I've been waiting to happen. None of them have happened. But there are 3, like, we have to start the mission over bugs that can happen on this mission. I'm really thankful we haven't run into any of them. Because I've run into all 3 of them. Yeah, there's the falling through the floor, there's the getting stuck on the walls, and then there's the airlock bug. So, I didn't actually tell you about this one. You remember how we started in an airlock? You can be stuck in there. You have to hit an interactable in order to get out. But it's possible for that interactable to either miss you or not spawn. Which means you're just stuck in the airlock. So. Okay, spacewalk done. That would be a really terrible way to die, just stuck in an airlock forever. Or, you know, for about however long it would take for the oxygen to run out. I'm not actually sure about that. Yeah, they do much better mid-mission checkpointing in recent missions. In the older missions, you have to start over either the entire mission or, like, way back. Yeah, I've had that happen, too. You used to be able to just explore, I don't want to say random planets, but there were effectively random planets. In fact, there used to be, what is it called, Deep Space? Where you'd go into, like, non-quest zones and just roam around and do random stuff. Those are gone. Alright, we made it. By myself, I'm gonna just push through a bunch of super soldiers. It's okay. I've got Starfleet training. Maybe Flag End? I'm not even sure. In all honesty, I might actually die a couple times on this particular section. It's okay, I have literally 2 separate Life 3s. But I've already activated one of them, which should probably tell you something. So. Yeah, if you're paying attention to the last mission, we only got 1 party member. Team member, crew member, whatever. 1 boss. One of the things I've always had the strong feeling of is STO was a whole lot of throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what stuck. I will go ahead and give them credit. What stuck. Like their TFO design and their mission design have gotten noticeably better over the years. But as a consequence, a huge amount of features and concepts have just been ejected from the game completely. And the very nature of how they would construct certain missions is gone. Like we were talking about with the shuttle missions earlier. Those are gone because they abandoned them. I still think you could make a shuttle mission that's interesting, but I feel like it would require more work than they're probably willing to put into it, which is why they haven't. Oh, don't even get me started about Neverwinter. Okay, Digman Ops. Okay, got it. Do not take me to Ops. I hate Ops. I gotta remember where the frickin' thing is here. There we go. This is also when we get to that video game story segregation thing. Oh, don't mistake me, I like a good, you know, firefight, but the fact that the captain of a ship is just able to kind of body our way through dozens of Jem'Hadar by ourselves is, I mean... Oh yeah, they got rid of the Guardian of Forever, too. They got rid of a lot of stuff. Like, a lot of stuff. Whoops, I didn't actually mean to hit that. I meant to hit... that. Bye. Oh god. Imagine an admiral just beaming down. What is this, Warhammer 40k? You did, I'm afraid, Mike Kamano. That was a couple days ago. I actually really liked the Miral Paris arc a lot. I don't remember, did we show that off during the lore run? Because I feel like we did. But if we didn't, I'll go ahead and talk about it here. I mean, I'm literally wearing Iconian, Voth, and Nakul gear. Some of which is the most advanced stuff in the setting. Some of which is literally from the future. So, I mean, shrug. One of my weapons quite literally opens a portal to the sun. I know I meme on that a lot.
Ships may be arriving, but you must still face my warriors in cold space.
What?
We shall settle this among the stars.
Okay. But like... Are we down here? I think you're right, Mike Germano. Because, yeah, the disco stuff is when they decided to start retconning things to try and adhere to New Trek continuity, which I really disagree with. Hey, Huthor, I wish they hadn't made continuity with New Trek. There you go. Continuity. So here's the summary. There's a story arc in Voyager where, this is a lot of spoilers. There's spoilers all over the place. So I can't cover it all. It's spoilers for everything. So there was a story arc in Voyager where Miral Paris, who is the daughter of B'Elanna and Tom Paris, was considered this great, venerated, and like legendary religious figure by these Klingons who went on a generational ship kind of a journey all the way into the Delta Quadrant, okay? They find her, they're like, oh my god, we found her, you're amazing. And it was kind of resolved in that episode. Fast forward 30 years, and she's actually walking around the Kuvuma, that's what they called her. She's walking around, she's part of Starfleet, and she gets kidnapped by Ambassador Bavat, who is doing some experiments with one Amar Singh, the guy we met back in the prison. The long and the short of it is, it turns out that we get stuck, we end up going back to the past, where we meet past Bavat, and she, I forget the exact specifics right now, but she and her blood is of a unique type, thanks to what it is, that it allows them to cure the augment retrovirus in the past. Now, let me line all this up for you, because this is actually bloody brilliant the way they did this. So they had the Chosen One arc from Voyager. They had the fact that the Klingons had smooth heads in TOS, and they had the explanation for why they had smooth heads in Enterprise, that they had the augment virus, and that's what changed them into that. So in the future, they had a prophecy about a Chosen One who they did end up finding, who they take into the past to save the Klingons from the human retrovirus, thus turning them back into normal Klingons and yada yada yada. It's actually pretty cool the way they tied all that up together. Stop crashing. Thank you. Oh, Jesus. Battle music. Battle music. It's doubly cool because if I'm not making it clear, none of that was intended to tie up together, especially since most of it was made by completely different writers, and in some cases in completely different decades. No, she's the same one, Savacom. The one that was born at the very, very end of Voyager. During Endgame, if memory serves. Yeah, STO shines at this kind of crap. STO is so good at taking tiny little threads here and there and making them into something. I don't want to spoil too many of them, but let's just say that you're going to see a whole lot of that in this game. Of course, for the review purposes, that particular arc was completely ejected. It's not optional, it's gone, so it doesn't get credit for that. And yeah, if memory serves, this was the first large-scale battle they put in STO. Or what I mean by that is this was the biggest they were able to push the fleet size this early on. God dang, these things hurt. Well, Star Trek Discovery is New Trek, which of course has its own continuity, which is doing its own thing. And I've already complained about this, but one of the things STO is trying to do is adhere more and more to that. I disagree with that. I think that's an incorrect decision, but that's just me. But the resultant, regardless of my opinion on the matter, is that they've been ejecting some of their own story ideas because they contradict New Trek. Because obviously New Trek was not beholden to STO. Even though, and this is a really controversial opinion, but I absolutely have it, it should have been. Like, I'm sorry, it does not... Jesus Christ. It does not actually take that much additional time and effort to sit down and say, okay, here's what they did. And just kind of structure your shows around that. Like that. First of all, Star Wars has done that off and on over the years. It's been doing a really good job of that right lately, actually. Several of the AU Star Wars games fit really neatly into the AU continuity. Second of all, and I can't overstate this, STO's story was actually good. I say was. It is, but you know what I mean. Hell, the fact that what happens in Discovery Season 3 happens in Discovery Season 3 could have been all the excuse they need to not have to adhere to STO anymore. Then they came out with Picard, and that pretty much permanently terminated any possibility of those connecting, so... that's whatever on that front. God, that volley. Wrecked here, my God. I mean, Picard could be a side story until Season 2, which sort of destroyed that. Of course they didn't, Admiral Murphy. CBS had been antagonistic to STO for years. It's one of the reasons why it was such a big deal, such big news, when STO ships showed up in, I think it was Picard Season 2, but whatever, when they showed up in New Trek. Like, it wasn't a big deal because, you know, STO's canon. It was the first nod that the officials had ever given STO. We're trying not to, Savicon. That's why I'm just talking around a lot of stuff. Are we done? So this is another bug that happens occasionally. I've seen this bug in TFOs, and I've seen this bug in quests. Kill all enemy ships. All enemy ships are gone. Quest just stalls out. Because, you know, there's nothing left to kill, and it's waiting for me to kill them. Now, something that happens very occasionally... no, Mike Kamano. Although I suppose I could just say the Borg and be done with that, but still, no. Also Q. Yep, so occasionally a ship gets stuck, but it looks like we are not so lucky. We're just straight up soft-locked. So let's look at our mid-mission checkpointing, shall we? Let's abandon the mission. Hop back in. Okay, so we're at the beginning of the battle we just finished. I'm gonna make one more attempt at this. Jesus Christ. It's okay. After the next story arc, we're finally gonna switch ships and not be in this tissue paper ship. And I agree, Schism Navigator. Or actually, it's not. I don't completely agree, but I do think that a lot of people are going to miss out on some of the excellent storytelling in STO because it's an MMO. Even though, in every way that matters, it really isn't. Oh my God, it's the Enterprise in the brand new Odyssey.
Looks like I'm following your lead again. Take the point, Captain. The Enterprise is here to back you up.
And stand on her.
I will be victorious. I will reclaim my life.
So this came a little bit out of nowhere, but I admit I liked it when they just suddenly rechristened a ship, effectively on the fly. And of course it's showing off their new ship, which they like to do in this game. I've talked about that before. You know, you say that, Triaxia. Yeah, I mean, the Odyssey is the basis for my, effectively, main ship, the Dreadnought. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, the Odyssey is the new Galaxy, or actually, sorry, the Odyssey is the new Sovereign. And there was actually one before that, which I can never remember the name of. It was like the Galaxy, then the Sovereign, then the, and then the Odyssey. And that's kind of how the progression has gone for the heavy cruisers. Let's get away from that tractor beam there. No, not the Typhoon. It's, I actually have one. Because I got it back in the day. It doesn't matter. Whatever it is, it's another ship that was after the Sovereign, but before the Odyssey. And then, of course, there's the Universe class, aka the second worst ship in all of Star Trek. Vista's a pretty ship, I admit, although there's another one I prefer over it, and I can't think of the name of it, don't ask me, but it's one I've started seeing a lot of recently. God, I hate the universe so much. I mean, phrasing, but still. I stand by it. Oh, sorry, you asked a question, Rivki. What do I think of Lower Decks? I haven't seen it. The universe actually is in the story, yes. Oh, that was a furball. I'm distressed it had to come to this. I wanted a peaceful solution, but we killed them all. Let's switch up to our peaceful music here. We did it. Who are we talking to? Where's Kurland? I don't see Kurland. I actually don't. Oh, there he is. Nope, that's Sean. There he is. Finally home. Can't thank you enough for all you've done. Putting your life on the line time and again to protect the Federation. Always trying to find a peaceful solution. We've come full circle. You get back to the Atma, and I'm back where I belong. And I will always be here, for I am Kurland. Kurland here. Salud! It's regrettable you had to fight them, but everything's cool. We have opened a door for diplomatic relations with the Dominion. Don't know if I agree with that sentence. Yeah, the baseball's still on the desk, by the way. It's right there. Right there. Where's my review document? Yeah, Cisco's is still... look, don't worry about it. He's there. I think rather than starting Cold Call now and then only doing like one mission, we're going to do an early lunch break. So give me one moment here. So we're doing... Here we go. Cold War. Starting with... Cold Call. Looks like is the first one. I think I will switch ships, though. I'm a little tired of the bird. It's so easy for it to blow up. You know? And it just drags the whole thing down. So I'm going to go switch ships. But I'm also going to have lunch. And then I'll be back. And then we'll continue with Cold Core Kar Kiku. And we'll see what's going on with the Breen. So, I'll see y'all in a bit.